2 hours of character creation options, almost an hour of just actually making the character. Finally. Finally, we're here. In Kenabres once again. Make way, coming through. Fetch a healer, quick.
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm tempted, but I don't have the physique to do it anymore. 8-hour streams are very rough. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Hermit Gamer. Enjoy your own playthrough.
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't he be carted off somewhere else, like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
Make room, everyone! Step back! Now, what's the matter? What happened to him? The wound looks nasty. Who did this to him?
Yeah, no worries, dude. Specifically, you should be thanking Harancher, because he's the one that actually had a solution for you. I'm just here to facilitate the conversation, I suppose. Also, did Holrun have that picture before? I actually don't remember him having art. Granted, I did see him last, like, several months ago, but... I don't remember that art being there. Yeah, like, scarred, got knights, a little gray, a little salt and pepper. Kind of an asshole, but still kind of working for the good side, but also an asshole mostly.
Demons, Prelate. We found him barely alive outside the walls of Kenabres. The walls, you say? Enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right. We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take his weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules. He can get his things back after the festival.
You know what? That's fair. But Holrun is the lawful ruler. That said, I'm wondering if maybe I should be a little chaotic later, just so I can get a little bit of the old Azada juice in me. Just a smidgen, you know, tiny smidgen of it.
O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy. Heal his wounds.
The magic envelops you, but your pain lessens only slightly. Let me die and become a skeleton.
None of that now. We need every pair of hands we can get in this city. We'll get you back on your feet, and you'll have the chance to seek vengeance. My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there! Yes, you! Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev!
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
Be quick about it before it's too late!
Oh, there she goes.
Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces.
I'm Alexander Lichtman.
That's the first I've heard of that name. Who are you then? What's your business in the city?
There's Terendelev.
My dear prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor man. He has been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of him.
All right, as you wish. You are our protector, and a dragon at that. So I shall defer to your wisdom. But be on your guard. I've been informed he was wounded near Kenabres. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of this city.
Muttering discontentedly, the old man walks off.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There.
Are you really a dragon?
You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form.
Thanks for the help.
I accept your thanks, but my work is not yet done.
Who are you?
My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
What happened to me?
I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully.
Can I go?
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return. But do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Kenabres. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
Alrighty, so now that we're in the game, let's really quickly just make a nice little save run here. Call it, Dunka time. Man, look at that. Look at this beautifully clear save file. Nothing here. It's going to be filled up with auto saves in a minute, but for right now, it's beautifully, beautifully clean. Hey, look. Hogasquam. Oh, look, Ember's here. Spare a coin for a hungry belly. Chest containing my weapons. There's Darren. Oh, and there they go. They're just going away. There's Anevia. Characters and interactive objects. You can interact with various objects such as doors and chests by right mouse buttoning on them. Yep. Well, there's Curl. The bastard. You've got Gianna Aldori. There's Sela. Let's see. There's Ramian. Oh, yeah, I saw him there. I'm going to go talk to him in a second. Stranger. Huh. Doesn't say anything. Alright. There he is. I have a feeling something's going to happen, as usual. So, a little bit of context here. Apart from some of the characters who are like NPCs later on, Aravashniel here is actually a fairly important minor NPC from the original adventure path. Like, he gives you a couple side quests, he sort of points you in the direction of stuff, he's like an advisor for you during the army stuff. He's relatively important. But we'll see later what happens to him. Hey, there's Terendelev. Anyway, I'll talk more about Aravashniel later on. I want to do this. Even further to the left. Nice. Bullseye. Smack a target here real quick. Sock him one. Right in the jaw.
Crusader gods, behold Iomade, you poor imposter. Your city will fall to me. Your followers will feed my hunger.
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
Let the feast begin.
Discari's here. Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If flee is your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell.
I mean, yeah, like, Tyrandalev is like a CR20 creature or whatever, but Discari's a demon lord. There is a big power gap going on there. Like, in the original AP, I don't even think you see that happen. Like, I don't remember exactly what happens, but Tyrandalev also, like, gets bodied immediately by Discari in the original Adventure Path. Like, I don't remember exactly how the opening goes. I know there's a festival going on, there's a party, you're all, like, sitting on a rafter or whatever, and then you all fall down into the cave below Kenabres during the fight. But I don't remember exactly how that works offhand. I remember the scales you get from Tyrandalev do give you feather falling to protect you, which is why you're not, like, dead when you fall into the caves. Anyway, I've seen you someplace before. What's up with that?
Yeah, you have. You owe me your life. I'm the one who found you outside the walls and brought you inside to be healed. I see they patched you up. Good thing they did it before the attack, or else you'd have been done for.
Oh, was it just a Balor? Oh. Who's Discari?
You must have got a good drubbing round the head, brother. Discari's a demon, the most fearsome enemy of all Crusaders and all living things, come to think of it.
Ah, that would do it. What's the situation in the city?
Who knows? Everything's on fire, crashing down around our ears. The place is crawling with demons. Looks like a whole army attacked the city. We're sitting ducks.
Give me that spell.
Right away. Stand still now. No fidgeting while I cast this on you. Good luck. Try not to get eaten now.
The halfling's words are drowned out by terrible rumbling and the rustling of countless tiny wings.
Take that, bughead.
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts. Behold, Iomade. Behold the death I sow.
Whoa! Yeah, well, Tyrandalev is extremely strong. I believe she's a silver dragon, but even so, like, she is very strong still.
The silver dragon
Hey!
Tyrandalev, the defender of Kenabres, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
Hey, check out this art! Check out this art, though! Yeah, her mentor was the gold dragon. And look at that, we got Feather Fall. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. So normally in the original AP, that Featherfall effect comes from the Torrential of Scales that you get at one point, which protects you from the fall, but its current state, don't get that. What's up?
Holy mother of...
A small woman with messy brown hair winces in pain, uttering a stream of curses through clenched teeth. She is pinned to the ground by a couple of weighty boulders.
Hey, stay with me. You actually got pretty lucky. You fell down into a black hole. But at least you're not on your own. You've got a great companion. Everything's going to be just fine. Tell me something. Can you feel your legs?
I mean, yes, we do, but not everybody does, because the game hasn't been out yet, you remember? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, don't spoil the surprise for anyone who's watching it fresh. But yeah, but same deal. You fall down, you have Featherfall, you wind up in this cave. Anevia is also here. I will point out, Sela is not in the original adventure path. She is a... Most of the companions aren't, I should qualify that with. Sela specifically, though, is one of Paizo's iconic characters, which are like the sort of archetypal characters. In Kingmaker, it was Amiri, who is the barbarian Titan Mauler with the giant sword. Sela, in this case, is the paladin iconic, which is as you would expect because she is a major character in here. She is in the sort of quote canon version of the game. In like the canon playthroughs of... So each AP has like a quote canon playthrough where specific characters go through each adventure. It's not really canon because if it was canon, that means like all the characters would be like level 50 or something. But each one has like a specific party that goes through them. Amiri, for example, is canonically the actual queen of the Stolen Lands. Like, she is the leader of the party that goes through Kingmaker, and she is the one who winds up becoming the actual ruler in Kingmaker in, like, the Paizo canon. Again, big air quotes. And Sela, being a paladin, of course, is in Wrath of the Righteous. Like, of course she is. Why wouldn't she be? She is a paladin. This is literally the paladin campaign. If you are not playing a paladin in this campaign, you have to have a good reason why you're not, because it is the class designed for this campaign. The entire campaign is designed around having paladins everywhere. Anyway, Sela is not in the original AP, but she is Paizo's character, so she's here there, and Anevia is part of the original AP.
I feel him all right. Wouldn't say no to a little less feeling in him. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
And like I said, Anevia is part of this. She also does have her leg get damaged up in this part of the game, so that's why, despite her being like several levels above your party, she has to be relegated to backline support because she can't fight or move easily on her own.
That's all that matters. Now, we're going to... Hey! Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Torrential healed today, right? You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
Ooh, I do have Knowledge World. Why should we help her?
What kind of a question is that? We should help her because we're crusaders, not animals or demons. That's why.
I mean, I don't have the Diplo to do this, so I'll just do Knowledge World. Use a lever. Succeeded at a Knowledge World check. You quickly find some suitable sticks and you free the wounded woman from the rubble without even breaking a sweat.
Look at you. It's good to meet someone who uses brains first and brawn second.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm Anevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch. I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though, now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Well, I'm Sela, paladin by the grace of Iomedae. I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendev and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now.
Yeah, they are. Apart from, like, the kind of dumb bits. There's, like... there's a couple like stupid bits in their backstory, but that's just, you know, whatever backstory they had put together. The actual characters are fine when they're on screen together.
I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Kenabres has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like. It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomede's herald, with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But there's no point worrying about a stone when there are people dying in the streets.
Yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Kenabres will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you?
I'm Alexander Lichtman.
Good to meet you. Now, tell us all about yourself.
Whoa, girl. Slow down. Exchanging names is enough for now. We don't have time to be swapping life stories. We need to find a way out of here.
I just want to say I also appreciate how much of the game is voiced now, so I don't have to read all of this myself.
Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so. That's if you're going straight up, of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
To summarize, there are 3 of us, with 5 working legs, 3 pairs of decent hands, 2 clear heads, and 1 made of wood. That's mine. Underground monsters beware! Anevia, you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up against anything, the 2 of us will try to manage on our own first. Well, onward! May the good deities lead us back to the open sky soon.
Hooray! And now I've got a party. Yeah! Oh, she's got a little art thing here too. Look at that. Alright, let's see. First, I can't tell if turn-based mode is on or not. So I want to really quickly just adjust my formation here. Let's put her there and her there.
Follow me!
Aha!
Or don't.
Got a new piece of equipment. Cloak of Resistance +1. Don't mind if I do. Also, hey, check this out. This is a... The inventory is slightly changed up from last time, too. Look at that. Alright, what can I use? I can use a short spear. I'll use a cold iron spear instead. Oh, and the bracers are different, too. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, and I have potions of inflict light wounds. Oh, that's nice. You can have this one. I guess I'll put this on just in case, but I'm not going to use it. Very good. Ooh, loot. Hey, Terendelev scale. You restore life to a deceased party member. A raised creature has a number of hit points equal to its current HD. Raised Dead also removes the Death's Door condition. Coming back from the dead is an ordeal. The subject of the spell gains 2 permanent negative levels when it is raised, just as if it had been hit by an energy-draining creature, though cannot gain a number of negative levels equal to or greater than its total hit dice this way. Creature whose permanent negative levels already equal its hit dice cannot be brought back to life through Raised Dead. So you get a free Raised Dead out of that. Cool. Hello, Camellia.
Who's there?
The fine apparel of this young half-elf woman is torn and stained with blood, dust, and dirt. However, she holds herself with such dignity that you would be forgiven for thinking you were at a high society party, and not in the dank catacombs under the city. Her fingers grip her rapier hilt with confidence, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. At her feet lies a dead body, so mutilated that at first glance it's hard to tell if it's animal or human.
Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia, and this is our new friend.
Alexander
We're looking
Lichtman.
for a way back to the surface.
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the square when... I can scarcely believe it. How did all those demons get into the city? I thought, naively it now seems, that the Wardstone protected us from attack. And Terendelev, I can't wrap my head around it.
Not many are going to withstand a strike from a demon lord, not even Terendelev.
I can't argue with that. We're fortunate to be alive, albeit underground.
Discari himself has come to Kenabres. There's no mistaking that ugly mug. Terendelev tried to fight him, but what could she do against a near deity? Even the Wardstone was no help. Our city used to be protected by powerful forces, but now...
Anevia shakes her head.
We've seen how powerless they truly are. Henceforth, we shall have no one but ourselves to rely on, I suppose.
Tell me about yourself. What are you doing down here, fine lady, with that snakeskin amulet, which I'm sure is not suspicious in the least?
Who am I? Just an ordinary citizen who decided to take a stroll through the square on the day of the festival. But that's not what you wish to know, is it? You most likely wish to know whether I'll be a burden should you ask me to join your group. No need to worry about that. I can assure you that I am skilled with a rapier, and I also possess some knowledge of magic.
She touches the polished snake skull amulet that hangs around her neck. What happened to that guy?
I don't know. He must have been in the square when disaster struck. I tried to revive him, but he was already dead, sadly.
He didn't get these wounds from the fall. Be on your guard. Whatever killed him likely hasn't gone far.
Hang on. I think I know him. His name's Aravashniel, the egghead from the library. He was a good lad, even if he was kind of stuck up. May his soul rest in peace.
Yes. Yep. His soul's gone nowhere, that's for sure. Anyway, as I said, this is like the first time... Yeah, in my first playthrough of this is like the first time which is really like, whoa, they're changing a lot. Because Aravashniel, like I said, is a fairly important minor NPC. Normally what happens is you fall down here and he's blinded from, I don't remember what. I don't remember if it's from the fall or if some monster attacks him, but he becomes blinded and he becomes like your advisor, a wealth of knowledge. He knows all the stuff about the city, defenders, various locations around the city, the Blackwing Library, all that stuff. And eventually you can cure him of his blindness and he'll like pledge eternal allegiance to you in sort of thanks and reverence for having done that. But the fact that he's just straight up dead right here just kind of blew my mind because like, oh, they're really adjusting the story all over the place, huh? Do you want to join us?
Certainly. Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves?
We need to keep moving.
That's right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
Boy, would it.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him. Not to sound like a heartless brigand or nothing, but we kinda need all the supplies we can get right now.
Camellia has been wounded, but she has the ability to use Cure Light Wounds. To use it, you click on her,
Me.
click Cure Light Wounds, and ta-da! That's the only spell she has prepared. Oh, he's got a fancy dagger. Get him!
Do not waver!
All right. Oh, that was easy. So yeah, combat has two different modes you can take. Oh, it's a second scale.
Save the last
You can
one
either
for
do
me.
real-time with pause, the traditional sort of... Thanks, Anevia.
How could my heartbeat quicken?
Core is fairly difficult.
Glory without risk!
So the trick with Core is that... Yeah. The trick with the Core difficulty is that it's it's not really core. Like, let me actually go to the... Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, these are also very basic enemies. In the original AP, you fight like giant cockroaches and giant centipedes in here too. That funny story about that one. Just as a joke, when I had my party going down here, when I ran Wrath of the Righteous, I had my party come down here and they were fighting giant cockroaches. And then, just as a joke, I replaced 2 of the cockroach enemies with 2 terraformars who were using a special combat style that I created as a homebrew to fight them. So when they showed up, the party go, what are those doing here? At which point, the 2 of them proceeded to wombo combo one of the characters in the party. And then shoot him with a Hadoken, and just that was it. They died very shortly afterwards because a party of 6 Gestalt characters is still stronger than 2 homebrew-enabled terraformars fighting him. But, you know, it's puts the fear of God into your players, and that's what counts. I'm going to be honest, I haven't actually watched Terraformars. I just kind of know the deal is like insects versus humans with insect superpowers, which is stupid, but also seems cool. It seems like it's right teetering on the edge of stupid and cool. Alright, so anyway, about core difficulty. Basically, the main thing core does is it just... cancel. Yep. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I just can refer to it anyway. Basically, all core does is just turn all the numbers up to, like, normal 1.0. Like, everything is sort of set to what it should be. But the problem is that all the, like, math being done is... All the math being done there is, like, not based... Yeah, there's more monsters, but the main difference with core is that all the math is the same as like the core base game. So there's no enemy stat adjustments. There's no critical hits still deal the like normal amount of damage. Like enemies have the normal stats and all that sort of thing. Except that that's a lie because the enemy stat values are inflated from what it normally would be. Like, enemies on core are stronger than their counterparts in the actual real game. So, it doesn't seem quite right. So that's why, like, core I'm kind of, like, iffy on, because I appreciate the difficulty adjustment and all that, but at the same time, it's just, like, it's kind of a lie to call it core difficulty, because it's, like, it's basically everything's advanced. Oh, the achievements are done? Ah, I see. Well, I got plenty of times in the future to do core, so... Core... It's core that was the difficulty used the baseline design for. Ah, okay. So core is actually supposed to be normal difficulty. Oh, I failed to check. Wasn't able to skin the monitor lizard. I don't know, like, I appreciate core as, like, a decent hard difficulty without it being too hard. It's just, like... You're better off just making your own difficulty, really.
No, I can't just walk away. It's got to be here somewhere.
You struggle to make out the man's features in the gloom. As soon as he steps into the circle of light, which I don't have. However, you realize that you have never encountered a creature like this before. The stranger looks like the work of a vivisectionist who attempted to stitch together a lizard and a man.
Wenduok!
Lan, did you find it? Who is that?
The do-gooders here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait. They might know what's going on up there.
Demons are laying waste to Kenabres.
If things are as bad as you say, then we all have to hurry.
You didn't come from the direction of the shield mace. Damn it. I couldn't care less about what's happening on the surface, but the maze.
I realize that you guys have your own troubles, but we need to be in Kenabres. People are dying up there. Please, show us the way out.
So, another fun fact, Lan is actually also from the AP. This fellow right here. Who are you, tieflings?
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusade's finest.
Well, yeah, Wendu's also in there. Also, that's not quite right. Tieflings are basically just like what happens if your dick happens to be in the same vicinity as a demon. You don't necessarily have to bang a demon, but like if you had an interaction with a demon at one point, then somewhere down the line your kids might have horns. Basically, it kind of works like Sorcerer Bloodlines, but stronger.
Sadly, Underground Crusaders is a bit of a mouthful, so people usually just call us mongrels.
Yeah, well, eventually I'll romance Wendu. Anyway, so Lan, like I said, is a character from the original AP, but he is a very minor character. He exists for literally one scene where he just shows up and goes, "Hey, can you help us? One of our friends is trapped under this rock," and you rescue the person from under the rock and says, "Hey, thanks, you're cool. Let's go over to Neathholm where we live." That's really it. He exists specifically for that moment. I think he's a ranger. He looks exactly like this, by the way. But it's just a moment of like, oh, this is what's going on down here. There's these mongrels just hanging out. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different playthrough options. At 10 minimum. But anyway, yeah, just Lan is a character from the original AP, but he is not. He's barely even an NPC. He just exists for 2 minutes and that's it. You forget about him immediately after. The only reason he's in here probably is because he actually has a portrait in the original AP. Just his face. Just to show like, oh, this is what you're sort of looking at when you're dealing with these people.
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
And Wendwog is also from the original AP, but her role will come up later, and I'll talk about that when we get to it.
No matter what you call us, it's not gonna stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
I never heard of Underground Crusaders.
In Kenabres, they're called mongrels. People say that they come up to the surface at night and eat anyone foolish enough to wander alone after midnight. To tell you the truth, I thought you guys were just a tale to tell kids at night.
That's human gratitude for you. Our forefathers suffered the consequences of demonic corruption, all to protect Mendev and Golarion. And for what? So we could become monsters used to frighten children.
Every mongrel has their own take on it. Our chief, for example, thinks of us as something like a reserve military force. He thinks we're standing by until the moment we're needed, and when we emerge on the surface and save the day, all the people will see how good we are and they'll love us for it. Yeah, he leaves that last part out when he talks about it, of course, but it's easy enough to read between the lines.
What is this place?
This is the hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this, trust me. Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
This is where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed. Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But this place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else. And that our lives are not lived in vain.
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
What are you doing here?
That's none of your bit.
We're looking for a holy sword. It was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock. The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now it's their time to go up to the surface, like all the legends foretold. Except they don't have a clue what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters. And Saul, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the underground crusaders to take up arms. If we get the holy sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
It's a fool's errand. None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle. Speaking of which, you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible.
Wendog shrugs and turns away. Maze? Does it really lead to the surface?
Yes. There are other ways up, but they are far from here. And after the earthquakes, there's a good chance they've collapsed. But the maze... There's a legend among our people that when the walls of the maze fall, that will be a signal for us, the underground crusaders, that the time has come to go up to the surface and fight the demons in the final confrontation. Until then, the people say the maze is shielding us from taking rash actions. I'm the only one in our whole tribe to have been in the maze. And even I don't know if it's true. But the further I went in the maze, the fresher the air became. That means that it really must lead to the surface.
When the ceiling and walls started shaking, the young ones in our tribe lost their heads. They figured the maze was going to collapse, so it was time to go up to the surface. They grabbed whatever weapons were on hand and ran off toward the maze. They think the maze is no longer a danger to them. They've been listening to Wendwog too much.
Don't try to blame this on me. Yes, I told them that our people are capable of making our way through the maze. In the future. But I always told them to wait until I had made a map of all the maze's dangers. I warned them 100 times. But it was no use. My words just went in one ear and out the other.
Sword of Holy Flame? How'd it wind up down here?
It came here with its owner. A long time ago. 50,000 gongs to be precise.
70 years ago, in Uplander time.
50,000 gongs ago, our forebears found a dead angel here, along with the bodies of his comrades. The tribe gave them a dignified burial, and they were laid to rest with their weapons. But the flaming angelic sword was stuck in a rock, and no one was able to pull it out. It burned to the touch, like real fire. So the rock was placed over the angel's grave. It should be here somewhere.
Maybe the angel will dig himself out and find the sword for us. That might be our best shot in this chaos.
Lan, watch your tongue.
We'll find the sword faster if we work together. I'll help you. Probably light, because she has a fairly high dex bonus, so you don't want to impede that with medium armor. Although, depending on her bonus, you might be able to get away with stuff like a chain shirt. I don't know offhand what her dex bonus actually is. Basically, just check that, then see what armor has the best maximum dex bonus to work with that.
Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can only help. The sword will be easy enough to spot. It looks, swordy. Help us, and in return, we'll get you out of here.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
Crypt Raider armor? I'm not sure.
What, you want to find the sword quickly so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface? So be it.
How much longer, I wonder? Well, it's done now.
Medium scale mail. I feel like that's probably too much. Yeah, she has +4 dex, so I'm guessing that medium scale mail probably would have too much. Maybe Sela? Yeah, maybe Sela. See how that compares to her current armor. Let's see. Statue of an unknown knight. The technique is crude, but the figure was clearly crafted with genuine feeling. Judging by the style of armor, the knight is from the First Crusade.
Found anything?
We'll keep looking.
I'm not touching that.
I found, something. What's that there?
Follow me. Or don't.
Or don't.
Now what is
What's
that?
over there? I don't even want to know. I'm not touching that.
I found something.
Move aside.
Well, if it gives a roughly equivalent AC bonus, then it's probably worth putting on her. Otherwise, I'm not sure. You probably won't have anybody worth putting the scale mail on until you hit Act 2, unless your character can also run it. Might just be something you stick in the chest for now. Yeah, but Social's in Act 2, so you wouldn't hit him for a little bit. It would be good for Social, though. A strange flash pierces the gloom, and Alexander Lichtman feels drops of searing blood run down his chest. The wound healed by Tarendalev reopens and weeps scarlet, but there's no pain or weakness. A hazy scene appears, a cave chamber, this one or another one entirely. Alexander Lichtman's heartbeat quickens, and a stream of thoughts suddenly bursts into his mind. Thoughts that clearly belong to another. Treachery. They betrayed me, trapped me and stabbed me in the back. My trusted allies, my treasured friends, the people I swore to protect, the people for whom I descended from heaven and came to this turbulent mortal world. There they are up ahead in the gloom of the cave. What are they waiting for? Are they afraid to draw any closer? Do they believe I'm about to die from their traitorous blows? Next to me, a quiet moan. A girl with a golden braid lies on the rocks, clutching her slashed side. She refused to join with the traitors and paid dearly for it. I could have tried to run, but I will not. Whilst I still have the strength, I must. While recognizing the foreign origin of these thoughts, Alexander Lichtman intuits that he can control them somehow. Let's try to furiously call out the traitors. The voice, trembling with pain and rage, carries to the furthest reaches of the cave ceiling in this strange vision. Why? Why did you betray me and your comrades? Why did the servants of the Abyss tempt with you? What did the servants of the Abyss tempt you with? Blurred shapes, the faces of several mortals bleed into existence. One of them, a young half-elf with his hair twisted into a knot, responds to the accusations. You and your goddess have given us nothing, Lariel, nothing! But Lord Dascari will give us everything, and there is no power in the world that will stop his advance. The frenzy of foreign thoughts comes faster and faster, like a rushing river, and images flash by one after another. A priestess in colorful robes observing the stars, a young female paladin praying, clutching her glowing sword, a majestic golden-winged angel gazing into the distance, his face covered by a helmet, but his voice ringing clear. Only if you're willing, and only if you're ready, there is no going back. There in the vision, the darkness in the cave stirs into motion. Something massive appears from within its depths. A vague shadow, an outline, a nightmare come to life. A wave of odious chirruping and rustling emanates from the shadow, the sound piercing like hot irons lancing through flesh and bone. The traitors fall to their knees before the shadow in reverent ecstasy, and the wounded girl thrashes in her death throes. The yawning chest wound burns white hot. Alexander Lichtman's head pounds with pain, and it is no longer clear whose pain it is. The person called Lariel who sent this vision, or the one unlucky enough to receive it. So let's see. This is Priestess in colorful robes observing the stars. Not sure who that is. This is Yaniel. This is the hand. But Alexander Lichtman knows how to resist malign influence such as this, no matter its origin. The force of the attack, though originating in a vision, is terrifying, but Alexander Lichtman is stronger. He shakes off the pain and torpor, but alas, the one who sent the vision cannot claim the same. He is broken and exhausted. A monstrous shadow emerges from the murk of the cave. It is not real. It exists only in this strange vision or memory. But the thrill of fear it provokes is more than real. The shadow's features starkly resemble those of Discari, the terrifying demon lord. In a movement as swift as thought itself, the monster's hand is wrapped around the throat of the one they call Lariel. The foolish angel struggling on the rocks, like a fly with its wings torn off, intones the shadow. Its voice changes as it moves, shifting from a quavering whispering to a sonorous shout, becoming young then old and quavering. Where is your goddess, angel? Where is her self-assured herald? How is it that you are dying here alone, so far from the light of your heaven? A strange calm envelops the thoughts of the one called Lariel. He recognizes who stands before him, and he knows he will never bow down before this enemy. The flaming sword flares to life in his hand, bright, pure, flickering with multicolored sparks, like a sunbeam through stained glass. Slash. The blade slices through the demonic creature's flesh, and the monster recoils with a howl, releasing his grip on Lariel's throat. The angel falls back heavily on the rocks. His vitality is ebbing, but his pride remains undiminished. He grips the sword, and with his last burst of strength, plunges it into the rocks. Alexander Lichtman senses that the vision is fading, the rush of thoughts diminishing, like a river running dry. The last thing he hears is this. You will kill me, monster, this I know. But one day someone will come here and raise up my sword. They will raise it up and punish evildoers and traitors. The vision disappears, vanishing in a burst of colors. Alexander Lichtman does not hear the final words, but he seems to complete the thought, taking it to heart. The words fly from his lips, and with them something else. The heat blazing in Alexander Lichtman's chest fades away. The edges of the scarlet wound close, leaving not even a scar behind. Looking down, Alexander Lichtman sees the flaming sword in his hand, or rather, its outline, the memory of what the sword looked like. With a final surge of warm and soothing light, the sword vanishes, and the light is drawn into his hand. Alexander Lichtman senses that it will return. All he need do is call it.
Hey! Are you alright? You were kinda glowing just now.
Sela kneels before the light, offering up a prayer to Iomade.
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
Did you see it too? The traitor is the dying girl?
It's only us here. Your group, you, me, Wendu, and the light of heaven that sort of got, sucked into you. Any chance you can whip it out again? We do kinda need it.
Yeah, sure. Let me just whip it out.
Sorry, I crack jokes when I get nervous. And when I'm upset. And when I'm happy. Anyway, what I said, it came out wrong. We need to bring you to Chief Sull. You can show everyone the light of heaven, we'll rally the tribe and go into the maze, and we'll get back our kin.
And what if he can't make it happen a second time? What then? The tribe will just say we're crazy and turn its back on us.
I think I saw the memories of Lariel, the angel who died here.
Lariel? That really was Lariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone. The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs, and no one's been able to touch it. And now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
I mean, there's a pretty big difference here. You guys are weird freaks of nature, and I'm a undead.
Now, Wentwog, don't be a sore loser. He is clearly different from us. The sword appeared before him, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff, because he doesn't carry our mongrel taint. Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are. We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that.
Taint.
I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sol, you just refuse to face the truth. We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the Abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
Yeah, it seems like I can just whip it out.
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing. Heaven has truly blessed you.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more... golden? Chief Sol needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right? Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Kenabres.
Lead us to your chief.
Let's go. We'll take the short route. Well, the only route, really.
What do we have here?
Oh, I didn't get this one. Into the rubble.
Bah, not this time. This one was beyond me.
The mongrel did it.
There we go. Alright, and everyone's got heroism. Hey! Nice, that's useful.
Time to stretch me muscles.
I'll rip you apart!
Thanks, Lan.
You're
so
awesome.
awesome, Lan.
Thanks, Lan.
Save the
Ah,
last
Earth
one
Elementals.
for me.
Wrong mongrel.
What's that there?
What is that there? I don't see what else you were looking at. Like, what is that there?
How much longer, I wonder?
I wish it told me what they perceived. I guess it was just that. Protection of evil on what?
Follow me! Or don't.
The heartbeat quickens.
Is there anything else around here to get? No.
I found...
Ah, spiders.
Tear your throat out!
This pain is excruciating.
Oh. Oh, it's actually a random buff? Oh, cool. So I just got really lucky. Maybe it's based on difficulty.
Move aside.
I wonder why this isn't voiced. Wendwa glances at Lan, who's fixing his slipped bowstring, and quickly walks over to you. Her cat-like eyes glow from beneath her hood.
Listen here, you. I don't know who you are or where you come from, but you and I are the only two people here who see things clearly. That's why I'm asking you, don't show the light of heaven to Sol.
Lan is sure that the light should be shown to the Mongols.
Lamb.
Wendwa grimaces, and a guttural husky snarl unfurls in her throat.
He wants to play the hero. His first idea, if you remember, was to grab the sword and run headlong into the maze. Does that sound like a plan to you? To me, it sounds like suicide. Worst part is the tribe might actually take his words to heart and follow where he leads.
I thought you considered the Mongols to be great warriors.
The descendants of great warriors. I believe that my people are worthy of greatness. That we are strong and can do many things. That's why we chased down here. That's why we were chased down here. We scared people. But if it's one thing to go hunting in the caves and another to fight in the shield maze.
Wendwa leans closer, her pupils dilating.
I've been there. I spent my whole life training so I can make it through all the way to the end. There were more of us trackers at the start. We were young and stupid. What's a couple of monsters when there is a whole world out there just waiting for us? That's what we thought, but we weren't prepared. The maze isn't just a physical challenge. It's cunning and full of traps. It's dark as the primordial night. When you close your eyes and listen, you hear whispers right behind you, and soft singing in the distance that seems to rise and fall with the beating of your heart.
Wendwa looks away.
I had to learn from my friends' mistakes. If I had to step over the bodies and go further, I don't want to have to do that again. And it will happen again if a crowd of ill-prepared fighters bursts into the maze with no idea what they're going. All because Lan believes that a glowing sword will solve all our problems.
Don't you want to save the kids?
I do want to, but I'm not going to risk the future of the tribe for the sake of a few stupid kids. Chief Sol is hesitant for good reason. He also understands how dangerous this is for the tribe. Lan's the only one who benefits from these childish games of heroism. I'll go alone if I have to and find them, or whatever's left of them, without any heroics, relying on only myself, risking only my life.
Wendwa slows.
You and your friends, you can come with me. Perhaps we can make it to the end of the maze together and we find the way out to the surface.
I'll think about it. Let's go.
Wendwa nods. Don't show the chief the light, and I'll lead you through the maze to the surface. I swear it.
Now to get out of here. Hey, look, we got art. We got art now, instead of just random background locations somewhere out in the wilderness. Oh, look at that. You can actually see, like,
Never a dull moment. A new follower.
Ah, thanks for the follows, Zazasen. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Your first impression of the Mongol village is of a squalid dump with the odors to match. Unblinking, glowing eyes watch you from the gloom, and deformed shadows slope between the huts. You see some Mongols gutting white eyeless fish, while others are repairing fishing nets. All the signs of a normal village life, but tense expectation hangs in the air. A heavy-set, aged Mongol slowly shuffles his way toward you. The hair on his head grows in limp, wispy strands, and his face has a distinctly rat-like appearance, with pronounced teeth, and you hear a rattling sound in his chest with every breath he takes. One of his eyes is white, fully scarred by cataracts, while the other gleams with moisture.
Outlander she. End times are upon us indeed.
Chief Sol, we found the Angel's Sword, and we found the one who can wield it. Lan points at you. He had a vision, now the Angel's Sword, together with the Light of Heaven, are somehow inside him. Gather the tribe, anyone can hold a weapon. The young ones are still alive, and we can go save them. Okay, like... You're delirious. There we go. Sol raises his hand with ragged, broken fingernails. Oh, Lan, always dreaming, always talking. You're too hasty for your own good. It's going to get you in trouble. Sol eyes you up and down. An uplander with the light of heaven. That's too good for us. Our kind don't have the good things happen. There's always a catch. Lan trusts people because he likes to believe. Isn't that right, Lan? I'm the chief. I don't work on faith. Show the light. Russian submarine commander, can't you tell? Well, I don't even know how to do that voice offhand. Let's see. Ludke, your Lan is always dreaming, always talking. You're too hasty for your own good. It's going to get you in trouble. I don't blame the rest of the shot. Light of heaven. That's too good for us. Our kind don't have the good things happen. There's always a catch. Lan trusts people because he likes to believe. Isn't that right, Lan? I'm the chief. I don't work on face. Show the light. I don't think I can keep that up. I'll just stick with Sean Connery. Like basic Sean Connery. Dialogue options restricted by mythic paths. Throughout the game, you'll occasionally encounter colored options. Yeah, so dialogue paths, you just get specific path things here. Really? So they really must have optimized a whole lot between the last beta and now. Like, it does seem to be moving a bit smoother, but it's hard to tell because I was always running on like 60-ish. At least in this part. Wendog stares at you intently, like a cat watching a bird, and shakes her head in warning. Is there someone else from the surface here? There he is. Hale and hearty imprisonment of a peacock, just like me. Sull laughs, but quickly returns to business. It's not good. Too many uplanders. It's not good. It's not right. What are you up to here? You're not one of us. You're not your kind. When the time comes, we'll come to you, not you to us. Lan speaks the truth. Oh, really? Well, that's good to hear. Hola! The heavenly flame flares to life at your unspoken command. Bright, pure, dancing with multicolored sparks like a sunbeam passing through stained glass. The mongrels abandon their tasks and stare, transfixed. The light is bright, but not blinding. It is warm, but its warmth is soul deep. Sull is silent for a while. Tears are streaming down his wide, pale face, but the old man doesn't even care to wipe them away. Sure, it's true. The angel did not forsake us. No, he came. Back from the dead he came to save our children. Lan gives you a nod of thanks. The scaled half of his face is indifferent, but the human half is visibly relieved, as if he wasn't sure all this time that you would support him. Wendog hisses at you like an angry cat.
See these fishermen and these hunters, these husks of men and women? Their blood will be on your hands.
We have the blessings of the angels. We will survive and help the young tribesmen.
Idiot, you see a bright light and you think even the maze is no match for you?
No. My history with this game and also Pathfinder build skills will save me, though. You always think the worst, Wendu. We're not on our own anymore. Owning this anymore. We've got allies. Well, a couple at least. One good fighter's worth 10 bad ones. Maybe. I think she did. I actually don't remember if they had idle animations. You have the right to land, but we're Neathers. We're going to wait. I sent a messenger to summon all the tribes. It'll take time, yes, but they will all come. They'll come for the light. Wait, land. Wait, Laplanders. Rest a while, one of our huts. Our home is your home. Stay a while and listen. Land sighs. All right, Chief. Understood. Let's hope that a few hours isn't the difference between life and death for those kids. If they ask me what took us so long, I'll tell them it was your decision. Wendog only grits her teeth in silence. Level advancement. Yeah! Level up, baby! Vivisectionist level 2, thank you. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 skill ranks. And I got an extra skill rank, which I will put into Perception. No. I'm going to put it into UMD, just so I can actually UMD, because you do need to have a rank in that. No. I'll have Nenyo for this. Medical discovery. Alrighty, that means I get feral mutagen, and now I'm set. So what else do we have here? Cognitogen. Improve my int bonuses at the cost of physical stats, combat feats, enhanced potion. Any potion the alchemist drink functions at a caster level equal to his class level. That is strong, actually. Extend potion. Any potion the alchemist drinks functions at twice its normal duration as if affected by the extend spell meta magic feat. Also quite strong. Will be less useful later on. Fast stealth. Decent. Fear mutagen. Whenever the alchemist imbibes a mutagen, he gains 2 claw attacks and a bite attack. These are primary attacks and are made using the alchemist's full base attack bonus. So I get 3 attacks at this level. Focusing attack. Confuse. When the character is confused and hits a creature with a melee attack that deals sneak attack damage, the character is no longer confused. Similarly, shaken and sickened. Infusion. The infusion discovery allows an alchemist to use his extracts not only on himself, but on other people as well. So, context there. The alchemist casts spells by creating what are called extracts. Extracts are basically potions that have various spell effects. The restriction there is that an alchemist can only use spells on themselves because they are drinking a potion. And only the alchemist can benefit from that. With infusion, this allows the spells to target other people. And I believe throw elixir will actually allow you to do that at range. Although I don't have that in this list here. Yeah, alright. Well, I think throw elixir was intended to be like, you can throw the things at range to target your allies. Iron Guts. Character with this talent has a cast iron stomach and gains a bonus against poisons, as well as saves against spells and effects that make them nauseated or sickened. However, I already get a poison resistance bonus, and at level 10 I become immune, so that's not useful. Preserve Organs. Alchemist learns how to preserve and protect his vital organs, reducing the chance of a mortal wound. When there's a critical hit or sneak attack, it's reduced by 75% chance, and the critical hit sneak attack is rolled normally instead. You can stack up to 3 of these, and it's also a prerequisite for Mummification, which is the strongest defensive discovery in the game by a mile, country mile. Because Mummification grants flat immunity to non-lethal damage, cold, paralysis, and sleep. Non-lethal is not in this game, but if it was, that would be there too. Anyway, it's an incredibly powerful ability. Which probably will become less useful once I become a Lich, but, you know, having it there is still useful. Slow reactions. Characters damaged by sneak attack can't make attacks of opportunity. Spontaneous healing gives me the ability to just free heal myself for 5 points per day. Weakening wound. Characters I sneak attack have damage reduction reduced. And then you have other abilities here, like Confounding Blades, Crippling Strike, which deals strength damage, but that's only once I hit level 10. Dispelling Attack, I get the ability to just, again, advanced talent, but I get to just, like, slap people and dispel spells off of them. Feral Wings. Once I get Feral Mutagen, I get the ability to get Wings, which give me a bonus to AC and immunity to difficult terrain. Cognitogen, Mutagen, Greater Cognitogen, Mutagen, Mummification, and Nauseating Flesh. Nauseating Flesh is a weird defensive ability where if somebody bites me, they have to make a fort save throw or be nauseated. Anyway, we're going for Feral Mutagen here. After that, probably Preserve Organs, at least 1, Infusion, and then other things. Maybe Feral Wings at some point too. Alright, Enlarge Person is what I'm going to grab now. Good stuff. Alright, Paladin level 2. That's it. She just gets to lay on hands at this point. Camellia! Yeah. The Ice Plant Hex grants +2 to AC. And I believe I don't remember what her other one is. Anyway, this is a decent one for her because she's more melee focused. If I was to grab anything else, I would probably grab The Fortune and maybe Chant. Chant is something you only get afterwards. And Land. Zen Archer Land. Yep, that seems fine. Precise Shot seems fine. You already have point blank shot. Yep, going for longbow. Looks good. And I will very conveniently not level up one dog just yet. But before that, is there anything over here I can steal? Yes.
Make way.
Loot. Up. Here we are. Another NPC from the original AP.
Horgasquam! Finally, someone from the surface. I was beginning to lose hope.
So Horgus is also from the original AP. He does also fall down beneath into the ground alongside the rest of your characters, just like in the original AP, just like here. And he basically is the exact same character here as he was in the original. We'll get into more of his backstory later on, but he's just a pompous, rich asshole who doesn't like being stuck underground in a dank cave. An elderly man in expensive but not ostentatious clothes approaches you. His face is peppered with several healed cuts and bruises and twisted in an expression of extreme discontent.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Horgasquam. Yes, that worm. You no doubt have heard of me. If you spent any time at all in the city, I have a business proposition for you.
Your name tells me nothing. Who are you?
You truly are freshly arrived in the city, then. You couldn't have picked a worse time, that's for certain. Only just arrived and the city's been razed to rubble. You should know that you are looking at one of the richest and most distinguished men in Kenabres. I may not be as well known as certain swaggering loudmouths who spend their lives traipsing from one ball to the next. But that worm trading company is one of the pillars of the city, I'll have you know. Did you see the marquees in the square? I paid for those. Tried any festival delicacies? You'll have Horgasquam to thank for that.
How'd you end up here? For a moment, Horgus's eyes focus on Camellia before his gaze returns to you.
Like everyone else. Down I went when that cursed beetle cleaved the ground in twain, beneath our feet. I'm lucky I didn't break my neck in the fall, and I'm doubly lucky that I didn't encounter any subterranean cockroaches on my blind wanderings and instead came across hunters from the settlement. Although I must say, when I first glimpsed their physiognomies, my life flashed before my very eyes. But they turned out to be decent chops, frightening to look at, but able to keep a bargain.
You don't speak very kindly of the mongrels, even though they saved your life.
Pah! Kind words are for people with hours to frit away on pleasantries. Horgasquam speaks his mind, and he pays for services rendered. Not with kind words, but with hard coin. I gave the mongrels my dagger in exchange for their help. Its handle is worth more than their whole village.
What kind of business proposition?
I'll never topping on the surface right now, but I'm determined to find out. You have no intention of seeing out the rest of your days in this village, I suspect. We must find our route back to the surface, to the city, if there's anything left of it. We look like a scientist, an alchemist, I bet. You must know a thing or two about concoctions that can heal your friends as well as harm your enemies. Just what we need in these caves. This is a place where you don't know what you'll need first. Protection against an enemy or cure for poisoning. You're strong, I'll be no trouble to you. But I, alas, am not as fit as I once was. I can't go crawling through caves playing at scouts. My proposition is simple. Lead me back to the city, and I shall pay you 1,000 gold coins.
I suggest we help this man. It is good to have friends among the Kenabres elite. 2,000.
Why not 10,000 or 100? No, let's not be miserly. It's a million. My initial offer was a king's ransom. You've likely never seen so much gold in all your life. It's non-negotiable. I said 1,000, that's my final offer.
Fine.
Splendid. In the meantime, I shall sit here in the village.
We have to go.
Go on, go on. Don't forget our agreement. When you find the way out, be sure to tell me.
I need more diplomacy.
How much longer, I wonder?
I need more diplomacy. Well, I think you can still, by the time you get him, you should be able to spec Woljif into other stuff, can't you?
Or don't. side.
Does he actually pick finesse training that early? Well, that's what rebuilding is for. Or respec. Okay, yeah, all the loot's picked up from this zone. Hey, it's Dira! Yeah, Dira! Well, that makes sense.
How much longer, I wonder?
Okay, this is the way out. I want to say there's no other loot hanging around, so just over to Dira now. Now, while we're here, let's go through the party real quick. You can get rid of this. You're not going to be using that weapon anymore. If I can help it. Sela, you have a longsword, that's fine. Camilla, you're a rapier. Lan, you have a bow. Here, take this common just in case. Wendog, you're not going to be leveled up for a minute. Alright, what do we got for weapons? We got daggers, we got short spear, we got padded armor. Braces of armor +1. Actually, these are better. She's wearing a chain shirt. Seal's got this. So you got the braces of armor. Yes, that looks good. Alright, Dira. Let's trade. So we're selling other masterwork items as well. Deal. +1 armor, braces of armor +1. No, I can't afford any of this stuff anyway, so it's probably better to just keep the money. Alright, time for a nap. The messenger returned. Tribes are gathering at the entrance to the maze. Our people have already gone there. I've warned Nevia and that old guy who won't even acknowledge me. Take your time. There's no rush. The most important people are always show up late. Lan looks around. Everything's going to plan, but one thing's bothering me. Wendog's gone. All the tribes? So a whole army is marching on the maze then? The mongrel standards, yes. But don't be too disappointed when you see the reality. There aren't many of us who can hold a weapon, and fewer still who can do any damage with one. What do you think happened to Wendog? Lan shakes his head. I don't know. She was always stubborn. Maybe she decided she could do it all on her own. If she comes back, we'll struggle without her, and she'll struggle without us, no matter how hard she tries to deny it. What about Nevia Horgus? Are we just going to leave them here? Once we clear the maze, the way ahead will be safe. And Nevia's in no state to fight, and that Horgus guy doesn't look like he'll shift an inch unless we roll out a red carpet all the way to the exit. Still, are you sure the maze is the only way up to the surface? There was another passage. The one I used with my dad when we left and then came back. The chief back then, he found it and filled it in to stop anyone else going against the ancestors' wishes. And what the ancestors wanted was for everyone to go through the maze. I'm not sure of anything right now. We don't have a choice. We can only go forward. There were other passengers, but they're far from here. And with all the earthquakes, who knows what condition they're in now. So our best bet is the maze. If it doesn't lead anywhere, then we can consider our next move. First thing I see when I wake up is your hideous face. Not the best start to the day. Bland cocks an eyebrow. That's funny. Your mom said the exact same thing to me yesterday morning. Well, now that we've exchanged pleasantries, you want to call it a draw? I like how he actually your mom's me here. I didn't know he did that. That's pretty good. All right, let's go. Let's go. But before we do, thank you. I was so happy I forgot to thank you before. But you've done something no one else has done in a long time. You've given the Mongols hope. It's like we're starting to believe that we're worth something now that we have the power of the angels on our side. Land's face grows sullen. It won't change anything, of course. But at least you'll help us save the young ones. Hopefully. Well, let's get through the main gate. The straight road is the shortest. I forgot to set my spells. Yeah! Oh, it was the spelling error. No, that's right. Breadth. B-R-E-A-D-T-H. Wide range or extent. That's correct spelling. Just for people to know. Breadth of experience just means that they have like a wide variety of experience. They've done a lot of stuff.
Now what?
Actually, you know what? I'll keep the spear for now. Oh, you're almost done with Act 1. Well, that's my fault for going so slow. And by slow, I mean spending 2 hours on character generation.
Entertainment!
Man. Nobody has knowledge of nature. Hey guys, how's it going? The tribes are gathering. Soon we will attack. How long can we wait? The other tribes haven't turned up yet. We're going to wait for them just another while longer. Knowing so, the preparations will take the best part of a day. Let's go take a look at the maze ourselves and see what's what. Into the maze.
Make way.
Give me that loot.
The inheritor.
Another obstacle.
Guide my blade.
Necromancy.
I am helpful, am I not?
Necromancy is useful for a bunch of stuff. Do you actually want to do like pet stuff with her, or do you want to just do the other necromancy like debuffs and energy drain kind of things?
How much longer, I wonder?
Alright. No. There we go.
I hope you appreciate
Follow
this.
me.
Oh, there's a dude there.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Why do I have
okay.
to do this?
Really? What did you roll? A 2. Oh, well.
Move aside.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, might as well, right? I don't think most of the stuff in Necromancy will be worth checking out, but if it works, if it works for you, then might as well, right? Almighty be our Lord, formidable and sublime. His body is a bastion of flesh rising above all minotaurs. His head, with the visage of a goat, is crowned with horns of flame. His shoulders and raiment are emblazoned with great runes, telling of his wisdom and might. In his hand he wields Arzagal, his death-bringing scarlet glaive. Its dark blade cleaves and torments those who cling to false virtues and who grovel before gods. Hail Baphomet, hail Lord of the Beasts of Galarian, and Lord of the Labyrinth. Hail the Scions of Baphomet, the mighty host, uncountable in number. I speak the truth. Bow down before your Lord and Master, and let his will lead you. Worship at his feet, and you shall receive what you desire.
Can't hide from me.
No, what is that?
What is that?
Did we find trouble? No,
Take you.
they did.
Lance stares at the dead mongrel with sorrow in his eyes. Hovland. His name was Hovland. Did you know him? Yeah. He's not from our tribe, but we're both hunters, so we cross paths from time to time in the cave passages. We'd share news and leave supplies for each other. Then he just disappeared. Lan frowns. He used to talk about wanting to try his luck in the maze. I thought he was long dead. If only he had been. Why would mongrels attack us? Aren't we all on the same side? Something's wrong with them. Look, their bodies. It's like something's eating them from the inside out. Sure, maybe these guys just ate something weird or were having an off day. I think something drove them out of their minds. Or someone. Seems like this shield maze of yours is crawling with cultists. How'd they get here? I have no idea. This is my first time here too. Maybe they found down here the same way you did? Lan shrugs awkwardly and looks away. One dog comes here all the time. I'd ask her about it if she was here. Come to think of it, where is she? Let's go. This place might be even more dangerous than we thought. And here I was, hoping that we'd be the meanest things in here. Lan's laughter sounds strained. These mongrels, cultists. Now that I did not expect. I need to find out what's going on here.
I am helpful, am I not?
The bloodstains still mar the ground. Around them are comfortable benches and pillows. Someone clearly enjoyed watching the others suffer.
Save the last one for me.
Ooh. Rough miss there, buddy. Also rough miss from all the rest of us. Ow. Nice. And over here we have some weapons. And over here we have even more weapons. And over here we have some armor. We got some loot. Including lockpicks, which are very helpful.
I am helpful.
And this trap, which set off... I think that was a trap for a different room.
I hope you appreciate this.
Fancy new rapier, in case I need another one for Camellia. Yes. The basement.
What do we have here?
Alright, this area's got a bunch of enemies to deal with. Wow. Okay. Sure, that works.
Follow me! Or don't.
Kenabres' system of aqueducts channeling water from the river into the city. It was seriously damaged in the earthquake.
They were great against our resolve.
Man, that sneak attack is really doing work.
The heartbeat quickens. This pain is excruciating.
There we go. Ooh, ring of protection +1. Nice, right off the bat. Got some magic protection items. Now the real question is, who's it going to go on?
What's on your mind? I wonder.
You know the cure light wounds already, yeah? Yeah. So let's get through here first, I think.
I found something.
Pick the lock, please.
I am helpful, am I not?
Sure.
How much longer, I wonder?
How much longer, indeed? Man, I really like this new voice.
Do not fear. Do not whimper.
Ooh, that's some good damage. Anytime. There's the hand of Hosilla.
What's over there? Nah, I don't want to know.
Let's see, where is it? Hosilla's orders. Follow these simple rules or you will die. Don't bother me. 1. Don't bother me unless strictly necessary. 2. Keep the door to the shrine locked with the key I made. I don't care which one of you hold on to it. You can tear each other to shreds over it for all I care. 3. Don't even think of setting foot in the ritual chamber. Ever. 4. Keep the door to the unfinished section of the maze locked at all times. As a reminder for you feeble-minded vermin, the entrance is sealed using the hidden lever, the torch on the wall next to the door. The door itself is in the room with a blood pool where I sometimes relax. 5. Do something about the damn water element already. Do whatever you want with it. Just make sure it's gone by tomorrow. 6. Find a better hiding place for the paladin sword from the surface. I'll deal with that later. 7. Remember that your life means less than nothing to me. I have plenty of people vying to become the hand of Hosilla.
Follow me, or don't. Send me. Time to stretch me muscles.
The world in crimson.
Damn it all.
Ow. You guys want to attack? Thank you, Lan.
Move aside.
Oh, hey, wait. You know what I can do?
I prefer the company of me, myself, and I. The friendship's overrated anyway.
Well, that didn't do a whole lot, actually.
I am helpful, am I not? I hope you appreciate this.
Really wish I had a cleric of some kind right now. Specifically one with inflict light wounds. Hey, Crypt Raider's armor. Look at that. Alright, that's it for this room, right? Yeah, I do have a bunch, but I don't have the UMD to use them, I don't think. Yeah, I suppose that's true, too. There's no time limit on this one. Oh, I do also have 3 potions of Inflict. Okay, does anyone have 1, -1, 2, 0? Okay, so the answer is no. Nobody has it. Oh, right, she can, can't she?
Open your heart to me.
Alright, inventory... Ooh, that was a big one. Nice. Yeah, I actually forgot that alchemists don't get inflict light wounds
Now
because
what
it's
is
a
that?
it's an offensive spell. So why would they have that? All right, let's see how this one works.
Let me draw the first blood.
Ah, tried to cleave. Ooh, wow. Well, problem solved. I don't think they even triggered Death's Door.
How much longer?
Or that wouldn't have even triggered
What do we
Death's
have
Door if I had her around. Alright, we get Amulet of Natural Armor +1. Ring of Potion of Protection from Evil. Flow of Water. Grants a +1 bonus on saving throws against spells with cold descriptor and adds +1 DC for all saving throws cast against spells with cold descriptor wherever casts. Fancy. That's really good. For somebody who's, for example, making a Winter Witch or a Lich character based around Arthas. Or anything cold related, really. Okay, now that, I believe this entire basement has been sorted. Yeah, it takes care of this. The only thing down here is the Hands of Hosilla, anyway. The only things of importance. Yep, that's it. Alright, back out.
I don't need anyone's sympathy.
Together, we stand.
Make way.
Save the last one for me.
You!
I don't like you! Shh, come on. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's probably fun. We got an almost new diary here. The diary contains only one entry on the very first page. Life is shit. My brethren, although what kind of brothers are they really, are having a great time up on the surface. I'm stuck down here with Hosilla the Nightmare and the Mongol scum. To top it all off, a pipe sprung a leak, and an elemental smashing up the kitchen, and Hosilla sending it to slaughter everyone it meets in his passageway. All I can do is hide around corners, under beds, and in cupboards. I don't want to die. This is how I pictured it, Sir Baphomet. This isn't how I pictured it at all. Poor Baphomet cultist. When will they learn?
Entertainment.
So this is how it feels.
Damn it.
Nice. Let's grab this chest real quick.
I am helpful, am I not?
How much longer, I wonder?
Alright, you are going to grab 3 more of those scrolls real quick. That works. And then you're also gonna chug a couple of these, I suppose. Wow, those really just heal you right up, huh?
I heed the voice of the spirits.
Currently just doing it on normal difficulty, because I didn't want to go too nuts for the first time in the real game.
I'm not touching that. What's over there? I don't even want to know.
I am helpful, am I not?
Yeah, but I also didn't want to have to, like, worry about super optimizing everything at the moment. I'm just being a little coward, really. That's mostly it. Also, yes, hello, Grix. How are you doing today?
Follow me, or don't.
Ah, yes, the hardest part of the game. Well, what are you feeling like? Man, you can go back and check the VOD afterwards. I literally spent the first 2 hours in character creation options. War Priest, Alchemist.
You've crossed the wrong line. You won't survive me.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Ah, I love it when all the enemies just die simultaneously. Ritual pool filled with fresh blood. Ah, man. Okay, let's drop all those for the moment. Those. So Shaman's good by virtue of being a 9th level caster, but I haven't really used Shaman myself a whole lot. Oh, that works. I haven't really used Shaman myself.
I'll split you in half.
Like, apart from when Camelia's involved. It seems like a decent class, and I've heard it's, like, very strong, but I don't really know what makes it strong in particular, apart from just, you know, you have your hexes, you have your spirit things, which give you extra spells, and you have 9th level spell casting, which always is a very strong option.
Make way.
But apart from that, I really don't know a whole lot about it. Judging by the corpses littered around the summoning site, the cultist did manage to summon a demon in the end. Oh, is the spell list actually that good? Oh, okay. Ah, can't get through there yet. If I remember correctly, it's a trap. Yeah,
No,
there it
what
is.
is that? I hope you appreciate
How
this.
much longer, I wonder?
Yeah, like, it's one of those classes that, like, I've heard good things about it. I know you can do some dumb stuff with it, but I'm not familiar with it personally. There's the key. The bodies of the maze builders lie where they were caught by the earth elementals, enraged by the earthquake. The builders' tools lie scattered next to their bodies.
Follow me! Or don't.
Yeah, Dodge Tank Camellia apparently is quite a good option.
Entertainment!
Jeez, that monitor lizard just did a lot to Sela. I keep failing on those skin checks.
I am helpful, am I not?
A large aggressive creature was kept in this cage. Judging by the bent bars, that creature is now loose. Oh, don't worry. I think I've taken care of it.
Did we step on their toes as well?
I'll pick that stuff up later, I think. Ooh, what's this?
Make way.
More loot.
I am helpful, am I not?
Yeah, sure you are, Camellia. I want to say there's quite a few enemies through here. Ah, yes, the Earth Elemental.
Yet another obstacle.
Take you!
Holy crap! Look, what did it do to me? Nat 20 and also managed to confirm the crit.
So this is how it feels.
I think the Ice Protector and gets plus 4 AC if you have Ice Plant. Well, she does pick Ice Plant early on, so that's it right there. Where do you get the Ice Protector ring, though? Like, I don't recall which one that is.
What do we have here? I hope you appreciate this.
Ah, okay.
How much longer, I wonder?
Yeah, that seems like a good get to me. Okay, real quick. Sela, chug a couple potions if you would. Camellia, chug a potion or two if you could. Alright, and now...
Well?
Use this. That'll do. Sup? Okay, nothing else around here. And now for this puzzle. Now, you may be thinking, what is the answer to this puzzle? There's 4 colors here. Well, if you remember all the way back over here. Or where was it? Is it here? There it is. You got these 3 portraits right here. So it's a yellow, blue, red, yellow.
Never a dull moment.
Or green, blue, red, green. One of the 2. There we go. Alright, well, the game's thinking hard about that one. Oh, the Midnight Bolt. Bolt made from an unknown material, dark as night. It absorbs light like black velvet and seems less like an object than a hole in reality itself. The owner of this bolt can shoot to deal 50 points of damage. It can't be ignored or reduced. The bolt cannot miss. Yeah, it's broken for a reason. That's also... I don't think you're supposed to get that much later in the game, aren't you? Actually, where'd you... Yeah, that's what hit Discari. Wait, where is it then? Is that what you get if you get the weapon in the early part? Oh, if you choose the weapon, you get the bolt? Christ. Oh, or you mean in the square afterwards, probably. That's still pretty good, though. Seal peers closely at the sword, which seems utterly unexceptional to you. Ah, okay. So you have to actually find the bolt hidden someplace in the square. I see. Seal peers closely at the sword, which seems utterly unexceptional to you. Wait, this is... No, but it can't be. Her eyes lit up. I know that hilt. Radiance. The sword of the great Yaniel. That's what this is. But... it's meant to be in the Tower of Estrad with all the other relics. That's what I heard, at least. Well, of course this rusted piece of metal must be that very same sword. Camellia rolls her eyes. I think you merely wish that this were the illustrious sword of legend. You don't get it. I've seen this sword 100 times, in paintings and in the hands of the Yaniel statue. I even thought of going to the Estrad Museum to see the real thing in person. How did it get here? Also, I just got an achievement, Radiance, for finding Radiance. What's so special about it? Sela frowns. Now, nothing, I guess. But the sword was legendary in its day. People say that when Yaniel held it, the blade would glow, striking demons left and right. Soldiers would see Radiance's light from afar and take heart, rushing into the fray and winning. I don't know what's wrong with it now, or how to restore its power. All it consists is that they made a mockery of it. You're empathizing with an object? Extraordinary. Are all paladins so tender-hearted and sensitive? Sensitive in a way, yes. We're highly attuned to evil and anything wrought by demons. Radiance was in evil hands, and as a paladin, I can tell you they did nothing good to it. Who's Yaniel? No! You've never heard of Yaniel? She's famous all over Galarian. She was a great woman. She was born in Mendiv, and when the Crusade started, she couldn't just sit idly by. She dedicated her life to the Crusade. Many say she was audacious and spirited. She was always the first into battle. She never sacrificed other people's lives for a tactical advantage. That's how she's been remembered, as an incredible warrior who seemed to blaze with righteous fury. In all the images of her, she looks capable of driving all the demons back to the abyss single-handedly. But then something happened between her and her commanders. Maybe they envied her, maybe there was more to it than that, I don't know. But anyway, she was sent into the world wound without her fellow soldiers. And she didn't just survive the mission, she even brought back Crusaders who rescued in there. Can you imagine? She died as she lived, with pride. She was one of the people defending Dresden to the very end. That's where she perished. Sela frowns. Don't take this the wrong way, but I really hope that she died quickly. A hero's death. Because if she didn't, that means she was taken prisoner and had to endure unspeakable horrors. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. You know a lot about Yaniel. Are you a fan of hers or something? That's true, Dresden never fell. The Aeon made sure. I suppose you could say that, Sela chuckles. I've always felt an affinity with Yaniel. I know what it's like to not be what your commanders want you to be. Whenever I used to feel under pressure, I always thought of Yaniel. Maybe some people didn't like how she was, but to the people she pulled out of the world wound, she was perfect. And to the people she saved on the battlefield, she was incredible. And to those who keep her memory alive, she's a hero. That's what counts. How could a priceless relic end up down here? Yaniel disappeared, but by some miracle, Radiance was recovered from the battle. No one else has ever wielded it. It's Yaniel's blade and always will be. That's why it was put in the Tower of Estrad with the other Crusade relics. But now it turns out that somebody stole it. Sela laughs. I have this weird feeling, like I'm rescuing a fellow warrior from a dungeon. We can't just abandon it, even if it's of no use to us. It's no use to anyone down here. But what if it could be repaired? How could anyone lose such a relic? The Crusaders obviously lack discipline. Instead of praying to Iomade alone, they should have followed the example of Aurorian and Asmodeus as well. I can't speak for all Crusaders, but I'm doing just fine without any lessons from Asmodeus. Oh, is that because I'm a Godclaw follower? Let's keep going. Did I get that prompt because I followed the Godclaw? That's actually really funny.
I am helpful, am I not?
Move aside. It's but a wee problem.
Okay, that leaves this. All right. So let's take a little nappy right over here.
Oh, light of the sword, Iomade, forgive me my sins, and do not leave me in the darkness. I am weak and undeserving of your grace, and still you grant it to me. And that means I still have something to hope for.
Failed to weaken the impact of corruption, failed to disguise the camp, but it's fine. What do I even have points in this for? Oh, well. Alright. I just did that, thanks. Alright, we're about to hit the encounter. You know what that means? It's time to buff.
Now what?
Strength mutagen, activate.
No reason to
You
pause.
can trust me.
Let's cast Enlarge Person on Sela.
Don't know, don't care.
Also, you cast Enlarge Person on yourself. Alright, and now Shield. And now Expeditious Retreat. Good shit. Let's go! Also, time to change to Bare Fists, because you're about to rip some people apart. Praise Iomade!
Here you are, huddled together like a herd of animals.
You pitiful monsters, not human or demon. Even teamlings are less effective than you.
But I, your master Savamala, can make you better, stronger. I can satisfy your hunger. Starvelings of the dock, submit to me!
No, we're the descendants of Crusaders. Trusting a demon would be a betrayal of their memory.
Asila.
Well, who's the next descendant of Crusaders who values old legends more than their life?
Beasts, monsters, and human guys, reveal your true nature. This is the sweet, wholesome flesh of a righteous Aasimar. Eat, underground Crusaders. Eat the flesh of the Crusader from above. Find your true strength.
Delicious. You rush at the demon, but the air seems to grow thicker with every step. You feel like you're watching from underwater as you see the mongrels fall to their knees one after another and crawl to the Aasimar's body. You hear their fangs tearing through the flesh. You hear the sloshing of blood. You hear the former mongrels snarl like animals, fighting over the most tender and juicy bits of meat. Your companions writhe in agony. One clutches at their head and another doubles over. You feel saliva pool in your mouth. The metallic tang awakens hunger in you. The hunger turns to rage. This winged filth dares to try to bind you to its will. It dares to tempt you with a sweet scent of meat untainted by corruption. The wretch must die. Die! And still, the clarity remains within you. Somewhere deep down, beneath the veil of rage and anger, you sense the light trying to break through. I'm going to stick with Angel because it's more useful here. By sheer force of will, you master your rage, and in response, warmth suffuses you from within. Warmth and joy from a simple realization. You can win. You can save these people. The power of heaven bolsters and guides you. Its light breaks free and, enveloping the mongrels, grants them the gift of blissful oblivion. Lowering your gaze, you see a scarlet stain on your chest. The wound has reopened, and instead of blood pouring forth, you see only radiant light. Damn! The demon convulses in pain when the light reaches him.
What are you? Destroy this vermin!
And away he goes. Hasilla points at you. He's already wounded. Wendog, kill! Wendog silently emerges from the shadows. I'm no longer your slave, Hasilla, but I will gladly kill anyone who pokes their nose in where it doesn't belong. So, this is where Wendog originally shows up in the AP. In the Shield Maze, which is not as expansive as this is right here, but she is an underling for Hasilla. She is in the AP. She is there. She has... I think she does have a description, but she doesn't have a picture. Hasilla has a picture, but she doesn't really look much like this. But anyway, yeah, Wendu is from the original AP, but she only shows up as an encounter just to fight and die. Oh, she does have a picture? Okay. But yeah, she basically just exists for like one room. She's a single combat encounter, much like Lan just sort of exists for a single encounter where you meet him and then he guides you to Neathholm. And that's it. So I'm really, really impressed with how they like flesh out these two minor characters who basically just exist for, you know, just to set piece the whole thing, basically. It's really impressive. Owlcat did a fantastic job, like, making them exist. Oh, yeah, that's right. She looks very different. Here, I'll put it here. That's Windwog from the Wrath of the Righteous AP. Not the same at all. Very different looking character. I mean, you see the spider legs are still there, and she's blue. Yeah, she looks much better here. She's got a big glow up. Anyway, Basila's gonna die. Oh, that was easy. Almighty Samlek, your faithful servant invokes you now! Demons, protect your mistress! Hey look, it's some Quasits!
Did we find trouble?
Whatever, just kill Hasilla first. What? Oh, they're fierce.
Down this season. Damn it.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Okay, Sela, just smite this one. There you go.
Just sit here.
Okay, never mind.
Don't worry about me.
Okay, now Wendu. This is why I didn't level Wendog up, because her stats would increase. Yeah.
Well, are you going to finish me off? It's not exactly unexpected.
What else are we supposed to do with you? You're not just a traitor, you're a monster. The young ones believed you, and you lured them to a demon and watched them eat human flesh.
I was trying to make them strong. What have you done for them? What were you doing while I was looking for ways to bring strength to our tribe? You're useless, Lan.
I led by example. I trained, I tried to become stronger so I could go to the surface and maybe do something worthwhile with my stupidly short life. And I will do it. I might be the one to bring our whole tribe to the surface. But you? Why would you want any power that turns you into a monster? These young guys and girls, they trusted you. And they were turned into mindless animals, ready to eat corpses at a demon's command.
They must have had to record this line afterwards because it sounds different. Like either the voice is slightly off or the mic is different.
I went through the same ritual as them, and I didn't become an animal. I conquered my anger. The anger that has been building and building in every one of us for decades. Unlike you, I have no intention of just lying down and politely accepting death. I will rise above all this, while you'll still be stuck with your pride, chewing on rats.
Inspect the wound on your chest. The bleeding, deep wound on your chest is gone, like it was never there in the first place. The skin is totally smooth and unmarred.
It's gone. It was just there, and now it's gone. It's gotta be some kind of demonic trickery. You need to have a cleric look at that.
Boy, don't I know it.
If he had been marked by the Abyss, do you think some nobody priests will be able to help? No, the demons have branded this uplander. And judging by the smell of his blood pouring from his chest, the demons will be able to find him wherever he goes. And they'll find you too, Lan.
The huntress permits herself an indolent, gloating smile. Her sharp fangs glint menacingly in the doom. So you've been serving Savamalek this whole time?
Better to serve a strong master than to eke out an existence in a dark hole with no hope. I am of the Neathers. Our lives are short, but we are hardier than humans. I realized a long time ago that I was capable of more than this life offered, and I follow whomever is the strongest.
I thought you were better than that. I thought you were proud of your heritage, but you're willing to crawl on your belly before anyone who's even a little bit stronger than you. You're not a mongrel. You're a cave slug. You have no understanding of the meaning of family or tribe.
Oh, so now you think you know everything about me. You're one of the best hunters in the tribe. It benefited me to ingratiate myself with you. So I acted in a way that pleased you.
Family. Why don't you stop us? God, Galarian Drift. Can you imagine just like Fast and the Furious with fucking Lan in charge? Why didn't you try to stop us from going inside the maze? You knew we want to uncover your secret.
Savamalek is always in need of new servants. You'd make as good a servant as anyone else, and then... once you'd gone missing in the maze, not even the redoubtable Lan would have dared look for you.
God, just... Discari may have Tree Razor, but I have family. And he's just walking towards Discari with a shotgun.
But then why did you come with me to look for the sword?
So I could kill you quietly if you found it and stop you taking it to the village, you idiot. I would have told everyone that you got caught in a cave-in. But then the Uplanders showed up and I had to change my plans.
You said you went through the same ritual. Does that mean you ate human flesh too?
Yes. Priscilla found me in the caves. I was lost and hungry. And she offered me a choice. Die as a nobody, or live, and gain the power to change everything. Savamalek tore off a piece of an Azimar priestess's thigh. A big, juicy piece. More meat than I'd ever received in the tribe. That was the first time I knew what it was like to be happy. To have a full belly. I swore to myself that it would always be that way.
Delicious.
Then the madness and rage took over. I came very close to turning into an animal, no better than the weaklings you saw in the maze. But I am strong. I mastered myself. I brought myself under control. I fell so that I could rise again.
You should have chosen death. Dying's better than living like that.
You're saying I should have died that day, Lan. But then who would have listened to your feeble jokes? Who would have showed you the best caves for hunting? Who would have made you a man?
I would have been fine without all that. And without you. Your death will make the world a slightly better place, Wenduog.
What did your service to Hasilla entail? Does Angelic Aspect not actually have a description? I guess there's still stuff, huh? Alright, yeah. Anyway, what did your service in Hasilla entail there?
It was simple. I lured those I deemed worthy into the maze. To the rest, I told stories of the horrors of the maze, making them stay away. It all hung in the balance when the cave walls shuttered, and many of the young ones decided that the time of their great exodus had come. I had no doubt that Hasilla would dispatch a dozen young Neathers easily. But what would become of the maze if all the tribes poured in? So when Lan ran off looking for the Angel's sword, I went after him. Not to help him, but to make sure that the sword never reached Neathholm. It's a pity that you got involved and stopped me from killing him. But then again, the evening gong has not yet been struck.
You sicken me.
I'm not gonna... I never want to see your face again, Wendwog.
Do you think I like looking at you, Uplander? I'll just wait till you're asleep, and then I'll slit your throat. No matter where you are.
Okay, now that that text's done, here it is. Wow, okay, yeah, that is completely blank. Ooh, boy, that's... Too bad they don't have the bug report thing. Like, did they actually get rid of that completely?
She's gone. But next time, she won't get away. Damn it, Wendu. Why'd you have to go and... Anyway, there's no point crying over spilt milk. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll bring the chief and the rest. I need to clear my head.
Hooray! Chief Sull appears flanked by Mongols. The journey has taken its toll on him. His breath is labored and the sweat is dripping from his bloated face. What shall wish? What shall wish, then? Inevia gives a low whistle. I'll be damned. Turned out old Holrun isn't as crazy as we all thought. There really were demons down here. I should have listened and sent a patrol down here, damn it. Horgus's lips curl in distaste and he tries to keep his distance from the unconscious Mongols. You said you were in charge of reconnaissance for the Eagle Watch, Inevia. How could you miss a nest of demons beneath Kenabres? Yeah, right. Like it wasn't enough that I sniffed out every damn shadow in the city. Everyone knows the stories about the demons living beneath the streets of Kenabres. Those tales are as old as the Crusades themselves. I messed up and fixed my mistake. So, thanks. How's the leg? Inevia winces slightly, but forces a smile. Better than yesterday. Worse than the day before. I'm not gonna die, don't worry. This place must be burned with holy flame. This place is overrun with demons, but that's not the worst part. Wendwog. She's been working for the demons all this time, luring these young, strong Mongols into the maze. He nods at the unconscious Mongols. We might still be able to save these ones. They can't get any stupider, that's for sure, but they might be meaner than they were before. I suppose all teenagers are monsters in their own way. Sol laughs, but it comes out as a rasp. Oh, Lan, we shouldn't wait words on people who don't listen to the tribe. Yak the fool, you shuffle the consequences. Sol gives a ragged sigh. One dog, how could she? She deceived them and then she left. What's become of us? Chin up, Chief. The kids you rescued are safe now. The demons are gone and the traitor's been dealt with. All's well that ends well, I say. You need to look after the young Mongols. I don't know what they'll be like when they come to, but look after them, Chief. They went through something horrific today. Not everybody is capable of enduring something like that. It'll change them forever. As long as they can hunt, the rest can wait. I'll Blander, and you land. You shave them. Only the gods can salvage their souls. We're a tribe. We'll think of something. And when they're stronger, they can go up to the surface. The time has come. Let's get out of here. Chief, I think I'm going to lead our visitors to the surface. I'm going to keep going. Something interesting is happening out there in the world. Maybe it's my chance to do something more useful than skinning cave rats. Sol heaves a sigh. You never were one of us. You always looked up. I think I don't see these things. My life is not for you. You must go, but where? Where's the way out? Beats me, but these beasts got down here somehow. Lan searches Cecilla's body and shows you some papers and a key. I don't know what these documents are, but I'm sure this key will come in handy. Nevia's eyes quickly skim over the letter and she passes it to you. Those cheeky sons of... This is all the information on the cultists in the city. Their meeting places, passwords, their secret hideouts. I think we should show this to whoever's in charge of Kenabres right now. As soon as we get back to the surface, we'll find out what's what. I'm still huge. Oh, right. That's where Marching Terror comes from. Marching Terror is Scylla's weapon, isn't it? I was wondering where that thing showed up from, but whatever. Alright, what's up? You know what, actually? Let's take a quick nap. Hey, you don't mind if I take a quick rest, do you?
Camellia is a plant, right? Something like water hemlock?
And lawn is some specimen of underground fauna? Like a horned toad?
Wow, rude. Hey, you guys doing alright? That's cool. Here we go. So now we get to collect all that shit. Because that's the only time we get to move around without having to worry about encumbrance. Yeah!
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Kenabres are trying to defend the Wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant, yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide.
Look at this art!
How much longer, I wonder?
Hey look, it's my pal Staunton! The half-orc before you, wearing armor adorned with Iomede's golden swords, is clearly exhausted. She obviously hasn't gotten much sleep over the last few days. There's soot on her face and fresh blood on her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard and focused, and her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up, surprised, judging whether you're a friend or foe, and opens her mouth to ask you something, but freezes when she spots Nevia. Aww.
By the goddess, Nevi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. I'm here. This here's a new friend. He rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without him, we'd never have made it out. Let me introduce you to my wife, Arabeth Tirabade, head of the Eagle Watch.
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Kenabres. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Anevia out of there.
Where are we, by the way?
The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists.
What's the target of the battle?
When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Wardstone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Wardstone is and how important it is to the Crusaders. We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Kenabres will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world.
She's got a little bit of Brit to her. There's a little bit of British accent in there, I feel like.
I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle. I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
I have important information about the location of a cultist den.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart. It's our temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
We've got some mongrels who live beneath Kenabres. This is land.
Most people in Kenabres think that the children of the first Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
Come on, living legend? A walking folktale, maybe? I just need to make sure I don't turn into a running joke.
What's the situation in the city?
The city's gone. Most of the defenders, including the Dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
Don't talk like that. Kenabres hasn't fallen. Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight. Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomedae abandons us, we will fight for Kenabres.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important?
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomedae. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Kenabres obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
How did the Wardstone end up in the Grey Garrison?
The demons have long laid siege to Kenabres, but this time, their Lord Discari appeared in the flesh. He ripped the Wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost, yet. Discari has gone, but the Wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
But how did he do that? He's a demon! The Wardstone should have burned his filthy hide!
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
Let's not waste any time. To battle!
That's the spirit. You, take Anevia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
Stupid locust.
I just wanted to up that because that's, to my knowledge, that's the only voice line Horgus has in the entire game, and it's just him muttering to himself. You hear labored breathing interspersed with disgruntled muttering. Horgus is holding his rapier held in a white-knuckled grip. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Kenabres can be said to be safe right now.
And away they go.
That's right. Fighting spirit is the one thing that we've got plenty of. Actual fighting power, that's not so great. Fighting know-how, even worse. But fighting spirit, at least we're rich in that.
For Iomedae! For the Queen! Kill the beast!
Irbith raises her blade, and the soldiers, inspired by her cry, rush into the battle with renewed vigor. Okay, but first, this door doesn't open. It's just some sheer weapons. I don't think I need to worry about those.
Or don't.
Oh, hey, Staunton. How are you doing? Anything else good? Yes, we got a couple scrolls. Other than that, it's just a couple bits and pieces of... Hold on a second. Yeah.
Not this time.
Really?
This one was beyond me. I am helpful.
There we go.
Am I not?
Cultists on all sides. What are you gonna do? Hey, I know you. So you're one of these cultists? How's it going, pal? Want to join? Your lot will all be dead soon, but we'll be alive. I can't. Come on, leave those losers. The Crusades are over. Soon the demons will rule the whole world. Here goes nothing. I'll help Baphomet. Cowardly traitor, I swear on the sword of Iomedae you will answer for your betrayal. That's a death. That's a literal betrayal. That's a death.
They are the darkness.
Immediate betrayal to the demons is punishable by death under the Dresden Code of Laws. Love seeing him explode like that. Love watching those enemies just burst into gore. It's such a good feeling. Alright, really quick, let's see anything else around here to grab. There's also loot over here. More than a couple corpses.
How much longer, I wonder?
That right, that looks good. Wait for it. I gotta... I'm going nice and slow because I got so much gear on me. Hey look, that floor looks very nice and clean.
Follow me, or don't.
Collect all! Oh! Cool, they added an animation for collapsing. Sick. Hey, look!
What's this? Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh!
Hey, Minago, how are you doing? Your face looks remarkably unmarred. We'll fix that soon enough.
What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, my little sweetheart. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it. You missed me terribly.
Minago. You again, you wench!
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Kenabres. She must be back to finish what she started.
Hey, woman, what's wrong with your face? Hey, Staunton, do you know this demon?
Does he know me? Staunton, darling. Tell them all how close we were.
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Dresden fell.
I mean, let's be real. Having seen the event in question...
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt.
It's true. He never would be fooled by a demon. The timeline needs correcting.
How you begged to see me again. How you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Dresden fell because of me. No, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
Also, again, like I said, having seen the event in question, no, it was actually all on Minago. Like, Staunton had no idea. If he knew she was a demon, he would not have done it. He was tricked 100%.
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore? Remember how good we were together? I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
Yeah, exactly. He was tricked. He became a traitor as a result, but yes, he was tricked.
I'll kill you!
Do not fear! Do not waver!
I love just watching a good crew of people just sweep through a room. Alright, we got some loot to pick up here. Collect all. And collect all. And it's time. Oh, the religion.
I managed it.
The unholy symbol of Tiscari, the demon lord who attacked Kenabres, drawn in human blood.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan.
Thanks, Lan. Oh, nice. You went through it right quick, huh? Although I guess once you know what you're doing, you can finish in like 6 hours. As soon as you step into the chamber, your vision seems to darken and your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance. The air in here is laden with the power coming from the stone. Suddenly, your head is filled with voices, screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening, voices pleading for help, shrieking curses and taunts. You blink and the illusion passes.
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious Wardstone. Well, what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand, but wouldn't it be nice if you could die in battle like heroes? I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you.
Oh, don't worry. I plan on dying instantaneously.
Sounds terrifying. Except that's how we've been living for generations.
There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss. Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking. Your precious Wardstone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more, and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Kenabres to Nebrosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves. So you have a choice, especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof, pledge your loyalty to Baphomet, and when the world falls, its ruin shall be yours.
Who are you?
You've already forgotten me. Mortals have awfully short memories, even shorter than your little lives. Staunton, sweetums, don't you want to introduce me to your friends properly? No? Well, I'd better do it myself. I am Minago, Lily-2 and faithful servant of Baphomet, and leader of his armies. The city is mine now. I'm just starting to settle in, get things just how I like them. But once I'm finished, I promise you, the results will be simply to die for.
And it was such a charming little place until you sullied it with your presence. It had such lovely boulevards, quiet and shaded. You took those away from me, and I shan't forgive you for that.
They've done much worse things than spoil the promenades. All the people they've killed.
Yes, of course, you're right. I grieve for the common folk as well.
You feel righteous fury swell within you. How dare this demon besmirch the ground of this beautiful world with her hooves, a world created by the gods and cultivated by mortals. And these cultists, how dare they betray all that is sacred in this world and join the forces of the foulest evil? Can they repent and redeem themselves, or they follow the path of evil past the point of no return? The Wardstone seems to sense her thoughts. The chamber glows slightly brighter. What are you doing to the stone?
Well, quite what am I doing to it? Probably the same thing I did to many of your comrades. Sweetly and tenderly persuading it to abandon the mortals and join our side.
What was that noise just now?
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Thanks for the subscription, Svenrik. I really appreciate it. And now you get access to the 2 emotes I have. You. Alrighty, what else do we have here?
Prepare to fight to the death, demon! We won't let that happen.
You feel a sudden rush of wild rage, and with it comes a feeling of monstrous, unbridled, destructive power. It is like the power you felt in the Shield Maze when you were confronting Savamalek, but now it feels more fully fledged, more conscious. Oh, that's right. Right. You get 1 emote because you're tier 1, and then if you were one of the higher tiers, you get the second one. Or if I had more subs, one of the 2. Shut your filthy mouth, scum!
Make me. One of the sweetest spoils of war is gloating over your broken and humiliated enemy. You want to deny me that pleasure?
That's a good emote. Okay, so let's see. I want to. So I have Angel and Demon available to me right now, but I want to stick with Lich, which means going Demon, which means going Evil, but also going Demon means I have to deal with a whole bunch of stuff later on, which I don't really want to deal with. So I feel like the best way to go about this probably would just be going with Attack. I would take Demon normally, but Demon itself opens up a whole bunch of annoying things that I have to deal with, mostly in part 2. So I'll just go Attack. We'll stop you.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
I'll cut you wide open.
That's it. I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the Wardstone? Here's a little demonstration.
The demoness whispers a spell, and a wave of darkness sweeps through the chamber. Your companions wince in pain, but it is nothing compared to what you feel. Thousands of voices once again burst into your mind, drowning you in their moans, screams, and sobs. Pain rocks through your skull. You'll pay for this, demon scum. You'll pay dearly.
Powerless rage. I love it. Threaten me more.
The roar of voices blends into an unbearable wall of screaming. Your vision goes dark. I like how they actually have sound effects for that one. That's a good sound effect for it.
Praise Iomade, you woke up. Healing your wounds was easy, but you were unconscious for so long, I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
What happened?
We couldn't stand up to the demoness. Her spells were too strong. It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
Yeah, there's a few. I just, I don't have consistently enough subs, so I don't know actually how many people actually have it. I want to say about 5? I don't remember. I don't remember offhand. I could probably go back and check in the records, but it's been a bit. Alright, I found a cultist dispatch from the dungeons. They're holed up in the Tower of Estrad.
Demons have been filling Kenabres with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now. At least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
What's the sitch in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead. The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
What do you plan to do next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Wardstone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Kenabres, but every city with a Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomade's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
So I will point out, this is the same plan that they have in the original AP, with two major differences. The first being that your plan, when attacking the Grey Garrison, is to destroy the Wardstone so that it can't be used to blow up the entirety of a thing by reversing, the spell or whatever. The second is that the Wardstone is actually like a rock, like small enough to fit in your hand, and it's not a gigantic pillar of light. So what happens is, when you destroy the Wardstone in the original AP, it explodes, shattering like pieces of rock and whatnot into your body. And that's what gives your entire party mythic powers. You all become living, like, Wardstone holders. It resurrects you with mythic ranks, and you basically just start, like, ripping through demons as they try to get back at you. It's a great scene. It's very similar to the actual one that's going to happen later on, but it's very cool even in the original Pathfinder tabletop adventure. Anyway, tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important?
The Wardstones are a gift of Iotomde, created personally by her herald, a mighty angel and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Kenabres obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
Can I help you?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it. What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine the Wardstone, and he raised the alarm when his study was finished. Even before the demon attack, he had found some damage or flaw in the stone. Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the Storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the Storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack. The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the Storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened. There's another problem. After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison. It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use. And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Kenabres, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back.
Gotcha.
May the goddess help you. We're still fighting, which means that Kenabres still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault. Yes, one more thing. If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Anevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find. You have more need of it.
I actually don't know. From my knowledge... Hey, level up! From my knowledge, the Aldori name is... like, half name and half title? Like, the Aldori Sword Lords... like, the entire place is... let me actually look it up, right? She's not directly related, is what I'm thinking. But, like, I'm pretty sure the name Aldori itself is, like, half title. So, like, anyone above a certain rank has Aldori as part of their name, if they're from that area. Members, Aldori Sword Lords, swordfire practicing are dueling, who has been taught in the ways of the Aldori School of Swordplay established by Baron Aldori. I'll just go into the Pathfinder wiki. Here we go. Is it going to load up anytime soon, or is it going to just sit here and not do anything? There we go. Arose when the famed Baron Syrian Aldori agreed to train a select group of pupils in his dueling techniques. Okay, so they're just qualified. Yeah. They ruled Rosslyn for generations, each as prickly and impulsive as the other's order's founder. They are known for their mastery of the Aldori dueling sword. Those who wish to become a sword lord must take the last name of Aldori, swear to the Aldori sword pact, and demonstrate skill at swordplay by winning a duel using only a sword in the presence of an Aldori sword lord or experienced exile. So that's what it is. So just anyone who wants to be a sword lord has to change their last name to Aldori. That's all. So it is basically a title. All right. Next up, we have a feat. What am I going to pick for this? Probably power attack, I think, is a good pick. Yeah, let's go power attack. And truce. Dismiss smell might be useful. Let's get that. Alrighty. First off.
Move aside.
Hey, look at this. Okay, first, actually, let me dump all this stuff in the trader. Hey, wait, mind if I bend your ear about something? And maybe I was outside your door, leaning casually against a shelf. So, here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission. I get that. I know you'll get the job done. I saw you in action. But here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. Alright, what else? So, the rift that damn beetle left with its scythe? Yeah, we'll cut the city into two. It's kind of difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not that any of them tried to make sure. But if you got a mind to go across, and I think you're going to have to eventually, you might want to give the square a once-over. Do you want me to stay here and guard the tavern? You what? No! The task is far too important. You can't just hole up here all cozy-like, waiting for the demons to knock on the door. We need to take the fight to them. If those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you'll get back here, alright? Because if you don't, you'll be coming back to an ash pile. Got it? When do you think the demons will attack next? Your guess is as good as mine. It might not be here, but they could attack the whole damn city. Those vermin know they've lost the upper hand. We're going to push back hard. If things kick off here, you should know. After they attack, some things can be changed beyond recognition. So if you've any big business that needs taken care of, you better do it soon. Thanks for the warning. See you later. Staunton. A dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel, one whose high, crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty, lightless windows make it clear that all inside is dead.
Oh, it's you. Good work back there in the Grey Garrison. Name's Staunton Vane. If you heard the rumors about me...
His face, which looks like it's never known anything as carefree as a smile, grimaces.
Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true.
I need to talk to the elf who calls himself the Storyteller. Do you know where I can find him?
Storyteller?
Staunton strokes his beard in thought.
Strange old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours, asking me about all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort. He just listened. First, I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible. Later, I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he's alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble, too, so if he's alone in the city... Well, you probably know what that means. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Black Wing. It's a library. Here, I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use the library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there day and night.
What do people say about you?
Say I'm a traitor, as bad as a Rilu Vorlesh. I'm a disgrace, even among the ranks of the condemned. Queen Galfrey should never have spared me. I belong in the gallows.
Why do they hate you so much?
You really don't know.
Staunton gives you a long, morose look, then sighs.
I'm the reason why the Crusade horses are holed up in the fortresses on the edge of the Whirlwind instead of being the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the wound, the mighty unassailable city of Dresden. We used to have it until it fell, and all because of my stupidity. I gave the enemy our main citadel. I was tried. They wanted to execute me, and rightly so, but the Queen intervened. She said that I should live and fight in order to undo what I had done, so that's how I live. Decade after decade, fighting up in the condemned. The dwarf shrugs. As you can see, I fixed nothing, and I've earned no one's forgiveness. I'm gonna spit on my face too, that wouldn't surprise me. Evil, spit in Staunton's face. You keep living and fighting with no hope of anything better because that's what the Queen ordered you to do? There's honor than that. You may be right. We know even stone and iron get worn down over time. I know what it means to live a regimented life. I cannot rely on my discipline alone forever. I pray to Torag, though he doesn't listen. Then my body breaks before my conscience does. The whole city fell because of you? How's that possible? What do you mean, how? The knight glares at you from beneath his furrowed brows. If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask somebody else, like my little brother Joran. And if you still don't believe me, what's it to me? If you're about to ask me to recount the story of my disgrace for the 1000th time, don't. You really don't have any friends? Couldn't have survived this long if I was completely alone. Joran, my little brother, he keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me like they might catch what I've got. Even fighters in the condemned console themselves by thinking, I got stripped of my rank, but at least I'm not Staunton. Commander Tirabaid seems to be the only person in the whole army who remembers that I'm a soldier, not a drudge. She has no qualms about taking me into battle. She's had some mud flung at her in the past, or so I hear. That's why she tries to keep an open mind about people. So surprised that she's the only one to hold on to her sense of reason in this farce. So many years in the condemned. Surely you must have paid your penance by now. That's not up to me to decide. My life is in the Queen's hands. He falls silent for a moment, and then in a trembling voice he adds, The condemned isn't the worst part. All these years I've prayed to Torag for forgiveness. Countless times I've gone to his priest, countless times I kneel before his altar. Only the Father of Dwarven kind would answer my prayers just once. Not to restore what I've lost, but just to tell me I'm still one of his children. But it seems he doesn't give a damn about me. What can I expect from mere mortals when my own God doesn't think I deserve redemption? I have to go. Go on then, maybe we'll see each other again. Show me what you got. Alright, we've got Masterworks all around. There's Radiance. Fancy weapon. Alright, I've read this diary. I can sell that. Sill's orders can go away as well. I also can get rid of this, I think. Alright, Horgus.
1,000 gold coin for you, just as promised. You helped me get back to the surface, and I really paid you for escorting me. Horgus Worm always keeps his word. Now, speaking of our future cooperation...
Horgus looks at you with unvarnished disapproval, his arms folded across his chest, his foot tapping impatiently.
I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I'll pay generously for your services.
What do you mean, someone like me?
For an adventurer ready to sell their soul for booze and then lie down drunk in the gutter. Or do you think you're somehow different? A traveling knight, perhaps, a noble pauper without a coin to your name?
Horgus sizes you up critically, then sighs and shrugs.
You seem a reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of the Rongo cave, so why should I care what you do with your money once you've got it?
Succeed at a perception check. Horgus seems like one of those people who thinks the entire world owes them something. However, you hear notes of hysteria behind his smug arrogance. It's as though he's really quite nervous about taking great pains to conceal it. Noble birth doesn't give you the right to behave badly. I would ask that you refrain from such statements in the future. Horgus puts his hands on his hips.
Oh, really? How impudent! No one dares tell Horgus Worm how to address the rabble.
What does the job involve?
You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to believe to return to my mansion here in Kenabres. I still have... Well, it doesn't matter. It's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in a wealthy part of the city. Even before the demons attacked, every thief and prosper in the city had tried to get inside one way or another. I shudder to imagine the state it's in now. I have little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attack. and I expect the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Abaddon knows what's happened there since. Therefore, I would ask that you meet me at my mansion and guard me there until I complete my business. I would ask the local parliament for help, but they've no desire to set a foot outside this tavern. Damn cowards and traitor, that's what they are. Also, please do take Camilla with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She is of noble birth, after all.
What kind of reward are we talking about?
1,000 gold coins.
Several tense moments pass in silence, then Horgus' face relaxes.
Deal.
Hey, got a nice roll. Deal.
Marvelous. Most excellent.
Horgus' face relaxes, soothing a few of the tense lines.
I'll proceed to my mansion at once and wait for you there. Meanwhile, you needn't worry. I know the city like the back of my hand. But do hurry unless you want me to lower your reward.
Alrighty, so that takes care of that quest. Or rather, it sets up that quest. Hylor and the Spinner of Nightmares. Book the first of the astonishing exploits of Venture Captain Hylor, published by the Pathfinder Society. The Spinner of Nightmares let out a fiendish laugh, and the wind rose up, sending the sound rippling across the roof of the cavernous temple and off into the darkening sky. You cannot protect them! The demon worshipper performed a graceful pirouette, as though she were mocking the ungainly Venture Captain, who was slowly picking his way across the slippery roof tiles. You may have saved Anthocletus today, but you won't save everyone who gets in my way. I will always be one step ahead of plunging a dagger into the heart of the next fool and sullying your path with blood that you will never be able to wipe clean. Hylor lost his footing once again, and only by a miracle did he not go plummeting to his death. His heart threatened to beat right out of his chest, but his mind was consumed with a feverish awareness of how close he was to his target. Only a few dozen paces separated him from the Spinner of Nightmares. Close enough to shoot, but the Venture Captain wanted to be sure the bolt wouldn't kill her, merely maim and immobilize her. The hand crossbow that Hylor concealed under the folds of his cloak was throwing off his balance. The jig's up, Spinner of Nightmares. The Venture Captain leaned forward as though trying to catch his breath, a diversionary tactic designed to weaken the vigilance of the villain, who seemed to be waiting for something on the peak of the roof. You have one chance to save your pathetic life. Surrender now! The Spinner of Nightmares froze, as if considering the captain's word, before lunging forward like a snake and spitting with contempt. You'll never see her again! Click. Twang. The whistle of the bolt released from its cradle, and the swish of the Spinner of Nightmares' cloak as she dodged the shot, laughing. Hylor let out a bellow, pouring all his hatred and despair into the shout, dashed forward, and slipping on the roof, tumbled to his knees. Gripping a jagged roof tile with his last remaining strength, the Venture Captain swallowed a grunt of pain and raised his head, only to watch his daughter's abductor be swept away on a black wind. I'll find you, Spinner of Nightmares! Hylor's shout seemed to carry far and wide across the whole of Mendev. I'll find you and tear out your duplicitous heart! Hey, look, Tyler. He's got a picture. Oh, you know who this probably is? This is probably a backer who got an NPC in the game. That looks like a real face. A tall, athletic man greets you. His hair is prematurely gray and shorn close to his head in a military style. He's lean and well-groomed, and a monocle twinkles coldly in his eye. The bolt set of his jaw and his large but agile frame attest that here is a man who is always ready to be on the move. Greetings, I am Hylor, Venture Captain of the Pathfinder Society. I'm the superior officer among Pathfinders in this region of Mendev. However, the Society is running almost no operations here right now. Besides me, there are almost no Pathfinders here. Actually, I'm only stuck here because of an old feud with a demon worshipper known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I've had to work alone without the support of the Society. But I've made a lot of acquaintances among the local mercenaries and daring fighters. If you need any good fighters for an honest cause, talk to me. Tell me about your confrontation with the Spinner of Nightmares. It all began with a task of the Pathfinder Society. I arrived in Erosian with my team to investigate the sudden death of a famous crusader, Baron Falron. We soon focused in on a small hospital for the wealthy, where Falron was being treated shortly before his death. Turned out that a gang of Baphomet's cultists, calling themselves the Labyrinth of Mind, had gotten a foothold at the hospital. I want to check something here real quick. Labyrinth of Mind. Pathfinder Society. No. Labyrinth of Hungry Ghost, Ruins of Bone Keep, Maze to the Mind Slave. No. I thought this might be a Pathfinder Society module, but I guess not. They were obsessed with twisting the minds of their victims and targeted fragile people too weak to resist. The hospital was filled with perfect victims, isolated for weeks from the outside world, completely helpless. And when they returned, they were different. Almost normal. But the moment they heard a certain phrase, something dark awoke in their mind, and they transformed into servants of Baphomet, ready to lie, betray, and even kill. The Labyrinth of Mind was preparing to infiltrate all the elite circles in Mendev, but Baron Falren stopped them. He was too loyal to his oath and too resistant to their spells. He fought for his freedom until the strain broke his heart. He opened and cleaned the city of Baphomet's pit of vipers. Their den was a cradle of sin and filth. They cast spells on each other, and their loathsome fantasies stepped real from their minds into the world. They dreamt of horrible and forbidden things, and they fought like mad. We burned the place to the ground and slaughtered everyone we could, but the leaders of the cult were able to flee, and they were set upon revenge. They abducted my daughter Luri, who served under my command in the Pathfinder Society. They left me a note full of tart insults, mockery, and sneers. From that note, I learned the name of my enemy, the Spinner of Nightmares. A few months later, I confirmed that she was the leader of the Labyrinth of Mind. My hunt had begun. I would get Luri back at any cost. I want to know more about you. What exactly are you interested in? I'm a common Pathfinder. There are many others like me. Fate and my orders brought me to this land. How'd you end up here? I was working on an assignment for the Pathfinder Society, and then a demon worshipper named the Spinner of Nightmares abducted my daughter Luri. For the past 3 years, I've been trying to save her. During this time, I've become specialist in the scouting demon territory. I've even planted agents among the cultists. Truth be told, in pursuing the Spinner of Nightmares, I've been acting more on behalf of Queen Galfrey than the Pathfinder Society. It's a long story. Maybe I'll tell you the rest of it sometime. Hyler frowns grimly. The Spinner of Nightmares is a true spawn of the Abyss. I fought her many times, but I've never been able to seize her by the throat. Tell me about your daughter. Hyler smiles, showing his healthy white teeth. As a Gore, Luri was just an angel. We lost her mother early on. She was left to follow my example, a drifter with little idea how to talk to a 10-year-old girl. But even with such questionable parenting, Luri managed to grow into a wonderful girl. Brave, smart, beautiful, and entirely unbearable. She always argued with me about everything. When Luri was 18 and told me she was going to be a Pathfinder, all I said was, all right. I knew there was no use to try and talk her out of it, and she was a fine Pathfinder. Hyler's fist clenched with a painful sounding crack. I'll never forgive the Spinner of Nightmares from taking my girl from me. Tell me about the Pathfinder Society. The Pathfinder Society is a globe-spanning organization that's based in Absalom. The membership consists primarily of Pathfinders, adventurers who travel throughout Galarian, usually inconspicuously, and explore, delve, and otherwise experience the lesser-seen parts of the world. They send journals documenting their travels back to their venture captains, who also assign them new missions and suggest new places to explore. The most exciting and illuminating of these journals are compiled in the Pathfinder Chronicles, an ongoing series of books that collect the history and mystery of Galarian for its membership and the general public. The Pathfinder Society is a global organization that unites opportunists and adventurers of all kinds. We explore the world and uncover its secrets, travel, and sometimes face down threats. In times of trouble, the latter become our primary focus. We're driven by curiosity and the desire to make the world a better place, and of course, seek some profit or hunger for glory. But in any case, it's hard work. They might send you anywhere on a mission. Weaklings have little place in the society. It's more for seasoned fighters. There are society lodges in many cities. The closest one is in Nerosian. They're each led by venture captains, lads like me. The Grand Lodge is in Absalom, the center of the world. The Decemvirate sits there, the anonymous council of our leaders. I have no more questions. I need brave and experienced fighters. 4,500 gold for a new character. No thanks. My companions and I need good training. I'll get a great mentor from Absalom. For the first 2 times, he'll train your fighters free of charge. But I don't need it yet. Alright, Erebeth. Let's see. Anything to talk to you? What's our main objective? Nope. Nothing there to talk about. Alright, so we got Pink Eye over here who's just hanging out. Just listen to the woman. Isn't it amazing how much nonsense she can fit into such a small package? Indara. An opposing young Oread is surrounded by a crowd of crusaders who are hanging on her every word. I hope this example clearly illustrates the difference between Jitska legionnaires from the last war and the Crusaders. Jitska Imperium is the first human kingdom to establish itself in the Inner Sea region after the centuries of darkness and devastation caused by Earthfall. The perfection of form and spirit they were imbued with during creation turned them into parts of a well-balanced war machine, not a ragtag bunch of individuals, but a united whole. Now tell me again why I am supposed to be impressed by your reckless assault, where everyone is fighting for their ego and for the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Look, some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily, but it is clear that they are captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggly and disheveled halfling monk, whose puffy black eye gives him away as a brawler and a troublemaker. He enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, but one of his friends swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. One of the Crusaders angrily curls his fist tightly and retorts with a burst of passion. If those gists of yours, or whatever, had come for us, we'd have their guts for garters. You think we'd never fought a mighty adversary before? The soldier's stern facade cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy this confrontation. The Crusaders around him look upon their exotic opponent with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. The woman chuckles before cutting off her interlocutor. I would love to see you storm a 60-foot-tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant that carries siege fortifications on its back. And I'll have you know those fortifications were defended by Jitskin priest craftsmen armed with demon-bound war machines. They use the enemies you cannot defeat as mindless weapons. The woman gives the people around her a triumphant look and adjusts her hair with pointed nonchalance. Her voice takes on a lecturer's tone. You should not argue with someone who happens to be the most authoritative researcher on the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. The woman looks at you and flashes an amused smile. The lecture is over. Do my esteemed listeners have any questions? Who are you? I'm Indra, a warrior, magus, and scholar of classical warfare from Garund. Garund is basically Galeria's version of Africa. The woman peers at you apprehensively and then sighs. I admit I am mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you, but I'm willing to accept that this is due to Aveston's isolation from the sophisticated culture of the world at large. You have come a long way to be here, though. I like to think of myself as an inhabitant of Galerian, and I don't narrowly identify with any country in particular, besides Garund. Why did you come here? To witness a legendary war. The confrontation between denizens of a plane famous for its love of violence and the Crusaders from every continent united by the common goal of defending their home. An epic struggle of colossal proportions. That hasn't been particularly epic so far, truth be told. The monk with a black eye grins and mutters under his breath. Maybe she just can't see it from here. The view will get way more epic if she stops hiding among us and takes a walk outside. The woman smirks contemptuously. She does not deem the monk's words worthy of comment. Looks like you know about warfare than any of us. Oh, am I hearing things, or did someone finally acknowledge my competence in the art of warfare? Perhaps there's a sufficiently open-minded person among the Crusaders after all. I find myself pleasantly surprised. Why don't you join the Crusaders then? Show them how fighting should be done. No. I'm a historian, an analyst, a theorist. Do you know what these three words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who does not participate in the conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I will hardly be able to describe this mess as anything other than a feeble likeness of the last war of Jitska. The monk with a damaged eye grins slyly and comments. The more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clever and pretty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. What's the last war you mentioned? The last war of Jitska, of course. The large scale. Currently I'm going with Alchemist, Lawful Evil, Strength Build, Vivisectionist. And that's going to be building into Lich, which is why I've got Alexander Lichtman over here. Let's see, the last war of Jitska, of course. A large-scale conflict that took place 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom, in a war against the Assyrian Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. The war that ended the legendary Jitska Imperium. An epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in military history. Alas, all conflicts that followed it were but a pale shadow, including the one I'm witnessing here. Yeah, well, we'll see how well it turns out. Particularly once I actually hit Lich. The big problem I'm having is that I forgot Alchemist doesn't get inflict, like, wounds, so I can't heal myself. It's a bit of a problem. Let's see. Why do you find the last war of Jitska so inspiring? Imagine legions of golems imbued with extraplanar spirits marching into battle. Imagine flying cities that swoop out of the clouds like terrifying monstrous birds of prey to drop forces on top of enemy castles. Picture gigantic mechanisms powered by captive and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of walking citadels or having to cover your ears to block out the sound of cannons loaded with shrieking elementals. That's also an option, yeah. I actually might... Oh god, Darren's gonna kill me. I'm gonna have to, what I'm really gonna have to do is get fast healing because I need to heal myself. Yeah, that's true. Summon Meat Shield, just never fight. Finally, imagine the ultimate weapon that defeated the Jiska, the deadly Night Plague. This affliction was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who its master wanted to kill. Imagine all these terrors and understand that no flight of fancy can even come close to the horror of the nightmares that they made real. So, honestly, the whole thing about, like, the walking golem city sounds pretty radical. How do you know so much about Jiskalat's war? I could say without false modesty that there is no more authoritative researcher on Galarian when it comes to the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. I've dedicated my whole life to this subject. I personally visited old battlefields and studied the most mysterious and forbidden archives containing chronicles of ancient wars, sometimes risking my life in the process. I saw a fallen sky city of the Shori Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystal from an exterminator-class combat golem that guarded a Jiska laboratory with my own hands. These fingers held a glass flask of the servants of forgotten plagues used to create the first generations of pestilence that devastated the Jiska Imperium. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything I'm telling you about. You're wrong to treat the Crusaders with such disdain. Allow me to explain. Actually, I'll be back. Okay, you're wrong. A debate? Oh, I'll be happy to prove that the current conflict can't hold a candle to the last war of Jiska. You know what she sounds like? She sounds like whenever people talk about, oh man, World War II was the best war.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Thanks for the gift subs. Enjoy your subs, Nina71, Vex17, and MT99, 1977.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Oh no, is it gonna... Yes, you have a sub.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Oh no, it's gonna go through all of them, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna go through all of them. Okay, let's do this. Maybe that'll keep it from doing it again. Anyway, yes, thanks for the gift subs. Also, enjoy your subs now. Alright. Let's see. Very well. The last war of Jiska was waged using a significantly greater number of troops. Both sides actively relied on reinforcement from allied planes, and their strategic planning was perfected through no fewer than 7 rounds of intensive design. None of the above applies to this war of yours. Compared to the Jiska, we are but stone club-wielding kobolds. I would like to conclude my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagon, an advisor to the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of this statement, but here it is nevertheless. A gadfly sees the ox pays no heed to the gadfly. The crimson fever takes them both. Yeah, what a fucking ponce. Just like... This is like some combination between like World War II elitism, like World War II is the best war kind of thing, and then like Japanese steel folded 1,000 times nonsense. Like it's right in that nexus. Yeah, I guess I gotta get a hype emote at some point. I probably should have gotten a hype emote. Ah, man, I can't commission that guy anymore because these things are all closed, aren't they? I'll have to look around, maybe do emotes from somebody else then. Anyway, the principles of war are always the same. Weapons, causes, and resources may change, but the foundations remain immutable. Indara's eyes display frustration as she hears the audience, clearly impressed by your argument, murmuring approval. There is logic in your words, I give you that. Yes, the concept of war does not change, but the degree of sophistication in the methods that we use to destroy our foes. Yes, the woman stops, realizing her words, no matter how ostentatious she makes them, no longer have the power to captivate the audience. Energy end, galaxy bug, memory start to pro. Same happens when Cyberpunk releases. Oh, jeez. So is it just like... Is it actually just coincidences, or is there like something wrong with your system where Pathfinder is just like eating away at the wrong parts of it somehow? I mean, besides the galaxy bug. The galaxy bug sounds like it's not just a you thing. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, well, I actually saw earlier. Really? So you're cursed in that case. You need to go get some kind of witch doctor to clean you off the goop. The curse goop. Curse of technology breaking or something. I actually did a... That reminds me. GeForce Now actually tweeted earlier today saying, like, these are the new games on our service. And it turns out Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is on GeForce Now. So, I don't remember who it was that was talking about their PC not being able to handle the game, but it's cloud-based now. You can actually play it on a cloud gaming service. And GeForce Now is one of the better ones, so that's pretty sick. Basically, just if you own it on Steam, you're good. I can recommend GeForce Now as I use it, although it still is money that you may not want to pay for yourself. So, keep that in mind. A dude took a light post on the day. What kind of luck is that? That's actual curse. I was like joking, like, aha, you know, bugs, but no, that's actually cursed. There's actually a curse on you. Well, fair enough. But that's, luck doesn't exist, but curses probably do. Anyway, Indara offers a pretentious dismissal. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there's a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History is a complex discipline rooted in fact and an evidentiary base that grows ever more meager the further the described period is from the present moment. From what I can tell, no. A lot of the time, you can get away... Like, okay, so... From what it seems like, some of the books, if you read them, like you open up info and like skim through the text, it'll give you a stat bonus of some kind, like a skill bonus or what have you. For the other ones, it's just like flavor text, and you can probably just sell them to a shop in case you need to keep them for whatever reason. Like, sell them to somebody at your camp, or sell them to Woljif, or what have you, just... in case you need to buy them back for like 1 gold. But for the most part, I don't think you need to keep them. It would actually be really nice if there was a way to like stuff them all in a journal or something so that you just have a single item, which is where all that text goes, but maybe someone could put that in as a mod. That would be a pretty good mod. Just have like a codex journal of all letters and stuff you pick up. Just have them all get schlorped in there. All the ones that are not quest important, at least. Just in case anyone in here happens to know people who would be able to do that as a mod. I'm just saying. Not necessarily they themselves, but if they happen to know somebody. Just suggesting. Okay. Just, you know, anyway, what was I saying? Indara offers a pretentious dismissal. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there is a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History is a complex discipline rooted in fact and an evidentiary base that grows ever more meager the further the described period is from the present moment. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith, the way Crusaders embellish their tales of slaying a single Burmarak by adding a dozen Balors, for example, I could win this debate. But I'm above such things, and therefore I'm forced to admit that your skepticism is not entirely without merit. Have you changed your mind about joining the Crusaders? I don't see the point. Your Crusaders appear to be quite confident in your skills. If nothing else, you presented your arguments to me with extreme confidence. Indara unbuckles her sword belt and hands you the weapon. This is a worthy blade. It will be of use not only for the strong, but also for the wise. I got the Claw of Jitska. And this is where I bid you farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack taxes to drive their prey like herds of livestock. It's about time I got back to my research. The hint of a smile graces Indra's lips when she sees disappointment in the eyes of many Crusaders around her. Stay safe. And away she goes. She's much higher level than me. Alright, Viscely. Show me what you're selling. I won't buy anything from you yet. Alright, now what is that Claw of Jitska again? It's a... Ah, there it is. Short sword. I can't use it. It's a +1 flaming short sword. Hey, that's pretty good. Alright, next up.
How much longer, I wonder?
Let's go talk to Jurnaw here. A young man in well-worn traveling clothes and a simple wooden symbol of Aristel in his chest is efficiently cutting a linen robe into strips to use as bandages. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his warm, chestnut-colored eyes to you. Oh, yeah. God, yes. Of course. Right. Yes, definitely. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those of us whose talents lie off the battlefield. I'm Jurnaw, servant of Aristel. Pleased to meet you. What are you doing here? I only took my holy orders recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power upon me, as yet. I'm sorry to say that the number of wounded fighters in this tavern is far beyond my power to heal, but there's a reason people say, have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to help the wounded with magic, but at least I can cut up some bandages. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Kenabres. I was sailing down the old man of ours, the great Selin River, to a village by the name of Chili Creek. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival, and I'm ashamed to say I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself. I ended up staying in the city longer than I bargained for. Where's Chili Creek? It's a small fishing village. It's not even marked on some maps, but people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, and no one to give their dead a dignified burial. And the world wounds a stone throws away. So I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Once we've held Kenabres, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we all survive this, you should come and visit me sometime. You'll find the village here, on the bank of the river. The priest marks Chili Creek on your map. Aren't you, a young and inexperienced cleric, afraid to go to the border of the world wound? I won't lie, I am afraid, but what can I do? These villagers are simple people. Every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. That's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me, like elves do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel around the world, the young man says with a smile. Or maybe even 100. Why not? But I don't have time to spare. I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most, even if it's dangerous, especially if it's dangerous. I could use the help of a cleric. Jurnaw makes a helpless gesture. Aristel knows I'd be glad to help you, but it's no use. My spells are depleted, and I have no training in potions or scrolls. See this robe I'm cutting up for bandages? It's the second to last one. I have to go. May Aristel watch over you. Alright, let's grab that. Let me grab that thing before I forget. Alright, it's under. There it is. I can't afford it.
oversight.
Hey, look, it's Foreign Autumn Haze. A tall, fragile-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He's pale as a ghost, his arm wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. You spot other bandages on his body under his clothes, but even in such a miserable state, he manages to keep calm. Raising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, "I am Foreign Autumn Haze, at your service." His pale lips are reddened by blood, but you see no signs of pain or fear in his gray eyes. Do you need help? After giving you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. "Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. A local healer tended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both the wounds and the poison delivered through them." Who are you? "My name is Foreign Autumn Haze. I've come here from Kyonin because I'm a hunter, and all minions of evil are my quarry. I won't say more than that, if you don't mind. We are strangers and of different races and cultures. I'd rather not tell you more than what is necessary." Who wounded you? "A sinner and accomplice to demons. The quarry I am hunting in this inhospitable place." Don't trust the drow, but also don't trust the elves. Around elves, watch yourselves. I'm Alexander Lickman. You can trust me. I might be able to help you. After a brief pause, Foreign says, "It would be impolite to refuse such a direct and friendly offer. Who is your quarry here in Mendev?" "I was hunting a fugitive, a Descarite by the name of Kalessa. It pains me to admit that there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kind. I managed to catch up to her in Kenabres, and I wounded her. Then demons appeared and the city was engulfed in flames. I was injured in the battle that ensued and couldn't free her soul from its service to her dark masters." He expresses no anger or hatred as he speaks, only compassionate sorrow. "I'm sorry for your misfortune. I hope that things will turn out differently next time." He purses his lips. "There's no need for pity. Our ancient kind is blessed with great longevity. We gain a deeper understanding of the world than other races, and we learn our mistakes better than anyone. That goes for learning from our mistakes as well. I survived, which means I will be more prepared when we next meet. I wish to aid you in your hunt." Foreign covers his eyes wearily. "I thank you, but this is my mission, and I'm used to facing all manner of terrors on my own. I do appreciate your willingness to help. If you happen to meet Kalessa, take caution. She has turned many innocent souls to the path of evil, and darkness has rewarded her with many gifts. Her appearance alone will take you that. It is warped. The agate skin, the malicious stare of her blood-red eyes, the bestial teeth. She's more monster than elf at this point. What does she look like again? Her skin is dark, her hair preternaturally white. Her red eye can see perfectly in the dark, which, to my dismay, I've come to know from experience. But bright light causes her kind pain. I used an alchemical powder that explodes in a dazzling flash, and she cried out as if I had stabbed her. It appears that this woman is a drow. Her race is also known as Dark or Cavern Elves. They are rarely seen on the surface, so it's surprising to encounter her here. I'd like to know more about you. Tell me about yourself. Other people tend to believe that identity is the sum of a person's actions and the events that happen to them. For them, I am one of a long line of warriors of Kyonin, who, since his youth, has dedicated himself to hunting evil and injustice. For them, I am a successful and capable huntsman who has tracked down and slain a great many monsters. Yes, but no. Mutagens last for 10 minutes per level up until level 14, at which point they last for hours per level. So they'll last for basically an entire day. That said, I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to assume this is the case, but I don't know how mutagens interact with enduring spells. I bet they probably aren't going to match up, so you can't use enduring spells. Enduring spells applies to the mutagen? Holy shit. Okay. Well, in that case, take enduring spells. Once you hit level 6, your mutagens will last for 24 hours, which is basically forever. Alright, yeah, that's kind of ridiculous, actually. Yeah, that's super good. That's really, really, really good. Wow. Well, problem solved. Mutagens are now permabuffs, and you get to have big boosts on everything forever. Get that big greater mutagen and grand mutagen and whatnot. Just go at it. Get that +8 to your bonus stat. +8 bonus to your stat that stacks with just about everything because it's now chemical bonus. Anyway, what was this guy saying? Oh, yeah. But I'm an elf, and for me, my identity has a different meaning. It is shaped by the place where I was born, that I love so deeply. I am shaped by what I find beautiful, and what makes my heart quicken. By the fears that come to me in the dead of night. By the things I find so intolerable, that at the sight of them my very core darkens and fills with poison. Thus, to tell you who I am, I would require many days and much candor, which is more than you and I have at our disposal. Why'd you choose to be a hunter of evil? Because I am the son of a noble and proud nation. We are sometimes criticized for our arrogance, but no one dares doubt our honor. When a crime is committed, we cannot turn a blind eye. If we were to abandon our obligation to oppose evil, if we were to surrender this obligation to other races, we would also relinquish our preeminence. Remind me, who's the quarry? Fugitive. It's Kaylessa. You remember. Refresh my memory. That miscreant, unfortunately, is of the elven race. In the blessed shade of Kyonin, she swore herself to the faith of Discari and set out on her criminal path in his name. Darkness rewarded her with great powers and repulsive disfigurement, so she could no longer hide her sins. Kaylessa fled here to be closer to her master, and I followed her. I think Kaylessa might be a drow. A drow? Unlikely. It's more plausible that her dark service has left a brand similar to the one that twisted the entire cursed drow race. A coincidence, I would think. So close. And now he's going, I don't know, this guy's on to me. Well, so here's the deal, right? If you're going for a rogue already, then yeah, it's not worth taking mythical weapon finesse because you get it already, basically. If you're not taking rogue, then you're better off just taking mythic weapon finesse because that'll save you some levels and you can use those levels to get other feats to build on stuff. It's all about getting the things to fit into the amount of levels you have allotted to you. Yeah, that's true, but do you need it to work for everything? Yeah, that's fair. Like, again, do you need it to work for everything, or do you need it to just work for a couple things? Surrender thy soul, Dalven! May you protect us! Haha, got you again. How many times is that today? Take your joke to shove him, tiefling. Clawbite horns. In that case, you probably want to go with mythic weapon finesse. You know, this is something I never got. There's these levers hanging around here, right? What does these do?
Make way.
The button won't budge. I don't know what that opened. Oh, we'd opened this. Yeah, I remember there was a button on the shield, but I don't remember what it gave you when you solved it. A yellowed letter. Half a century ago, our parents fled their homeland of Sarkoris, terrified of the invading demons. They were certain that the war would soon be over, so they didn't go too far and found their refuge here in Kenabres. They used what little savings they had to build a tavern where any crusader could get a bowl of soup and a good night's rest in exchange for some money and news about their recent victories. The city looked completely different back then. It was a triumphant city full of hope, inspiring songs and brave paladins in shining armor. We praised our Lady Pulura openly, and hoped that the lands of our ancestors would be ours again in no time. Things have changed since then, though. Our parents have left to the goddess's halls. Dresden is long gone. The world wound grows deeper every day, and the Crusaders seem to take more interest in fighting each other than us, townsfolk, and eradicating demons. Holrun has gone mad and now puts all his inquisitive zeal into burning witches. Today, Kenabres is a city of fear and suspicion. We even had our our altar of the Shimmering Maiden in the basement, so they wouldn't accuse us of demon worship. Queen Galfrey has recently appointed Hulrun the prelate of Kenabres. Now nothing will stop this murderer from taking complete control of the city into his hands and serving his so-called justice on everyone. His previous acts of violence were just the beginning of a full-scale massacre. We have to flee, run like our parents did. This time not from the demons, but from the Crusaders. Soon we will sell our tavern and leave, anywhere away from the agony of this endless war. May Pelura protect the city for whatever comes next. 10th of Lamashtan, 4682. Swargil family of the Devimai clan. Headband of alluring charisma.
How much longer, I wonder?
Oh, right, while I'm at it. Let's copy this to my spellbook. That's restoration. Copy that to my spellbook. Wait, really? I don't get mage armor? Huh. Hold on. Alchemist gets mage armor? Mage armor. It doesn't get mage armor? Huh. Weird. I always thought they got mage armor. I guess technically they're not mages. Alright, fair enough.
Hey, Chief. Hey, Dreamboat, come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
It's probably because they can wear armor and not have to worry about arcane spell failure chance.
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out.
Oh, it stacks now? Oh, thank God. Yeah, I remember just like 2 days ago I had to sort through my chest of like 50 things of diamond dust. Yeah.
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
Who are you?
Woljif. Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
The tiefling rattles his chains and gives you a meaningful look. What do you want from me?
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
What a load of guff. If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Kenabres.
Why are you in chains?
Does it really matter? Don't get hung up on the past, Chief. Don't look to the future. Live in the here and now.
He was caught thieving.
Your shadow, what was that about?
Get me out of here and I'll tell you. And don't worry, it's not contagious.
I can't help you while you're chained up. How do I free you?
That's easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her. She's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy Woljif locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. You got that? Will you do it?
Alright, I'll go talk to Irabeth.
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
Oh, chest. Wait, Didn't I? Okay, there was two chests there. Okay.
Follow me, or don't.
Follow me or don't.
Alright, here we are out in the courtyard of the Defender's Heart. There's Joran Vane. A grizzled dwarf turns a blade in his calloused hands, carefully inspecting its edge. When he sees you approaching, he sets the blade aside and greets you with a nod.
New face in the city. You picked a good time to come to Kenabres. As you can see, we're in sore need of warriors.
Are you Staunton Vane's brother?
Yep, where he goes, I go. That's how we've always done, even before the World Room. I forge the armor, he goes into battle and breaks it, brings it back to me, and I repair it to make it better than before. Everything's changed since then, of course, but that part has always stayed the same. Do you know everyone in Kenabres by sight? Well, not everyone, but I make it my business to know the people who might need my services. A blacksmith's work isn't just about the anvil, you know. Of your kind, we only have one or two at a push. There's Gemrel, tavern keeper, great lad, even he's not one for talking.
How is Staunton to blame for the fall of Dresden?
Told this story so many times already. Well, telling it one more time won't kill me.
The blacksmith sighs.
Dresden was built after the First Crusade, back when it seemed like victory was ours for the taking, and that the demon invasion would soon be at an end. The population of Old Tarkoris was thoroughly diminished, and made them hope to see their hard fighting repaid with a small plot of unclaimed land. Dresden was a fortress built on all our hopes, on Mendev's ambitions. You're not supposed to say that out loud. What a city it was, Alexander Lichtman. You can't even imagine. It was built by the finest engineers from the Five Kings Mountains. Queen Galfrey spared no expense. Dresden was meant to be the capital of the Crusade movement, a monument to its glory and a beacon of hope for all Galarian. Heroes were drawn there to seek fame and glory, and came from all over. Taldor, Garand, Tiansha. I couldn't list them all. A relic known as the Sword of Valor was kept there, a banner that had been carried into battle by them all. A relic banner that had been carried into battle by Omade herself, back when she was still human. The banner protected the city and kept the demons from teleporting inside its walls. As long as the banner was in its place, Dresden was invincible. Or so we thought. But then the world wound suddenly expanded. The demons launched a new onslaught and folks started saying it was time to declare the Second Crusade. Dresden was unassailable, until one young officer was tempted by a beautiful woman. She convinced him that the banner shouldn't be hanging in the city, and that its rightful place was on the battlefield. She whispered honey words about glory and valor, and convinced him that he could be a hero as great as Iomade herself. And the poor fool believed her. He rounded up some of his hot-headed friends and carried the banner outside the city gates on an unauthorized foray. The demons slaughtered them within seconds. But for some reason, the courageous ringleader was spared. The whole army teleported to Dresden. There was a bloodbath. Joran suddenly shakes his head. As you can guess, the other officer was called Staunton Vane, and the woman turned out to be a demon. Not just any demon. It was Monaco, that foul wench. She's given us a lot of grief here in Kenabres, too. Just don't ask me what I was doing while my brother was off having trysts with that beast, and why I didn't save him from his own stupidity. The blacksmith gestures as if to ward off the inevitable reprobation. Who could have guessed it would end like this? Fail my brother, that's the truth. I blame myself every day looking at his plight. That's the story.
Why do you have your forge here in the tavern yard?
Wherever I am, that's where my forge is. True master of any craft will always find the tools they need. I messed my old forge, of course. It's now just a pile of charred stone and metal. I've still got my hands, and that means I can work.
Do you recognize this sword?
Do I recognize it? Of course I do. I made this with my own hands. There's my brand, see?
The sword dwarf carefully takes the sword in his hands, gazing at it like a doting father.
Oh, Yaniel, things have been tough without you. But at least we've still got your sword. That's something.
Joran returns the sword to you.
In battle, ordinary swords get blunted. They break. But sometimes a weapon preserve. I don't know how to explain it. I'm no authority on these things. But something like an echo of the deeds done with that weapon. Or more like the reflection of the wielder's soul. I don't know. I will say one thing. Take care of that sword. Yaniel may no longer be with us, but the demons will still remember why they need to turn tail and run when they see radiance. The scabbard's all worn. We can't be having a fine sword like this being carried around in this tatty thing. I'll make you a new one if you like. If the city stands strong and we both survive, come see me again and I'll have it ready. No charge. I have to go. Torag, watch over you. If you need something from me, don't be afraid to stop by.
So Joran is hanging out here too. Him and Staunton are both from the original AP as well. Joran is a minor NPC who you can recruit after you meet him. Staunton is not. He's got a whole thing going for him. that will come up later. For now, let's grab some loot. Alright, last thing to do is going to be talk to Irabeth, I think. About Woljif, our little buddy here. Can you tell me about the tiefling? Woljif's a petty thief from a gang of thieflings operating in Kenabres. That's what we call them in these parts. They tried to rob a vendor of magical items recently. Unfortunately, we apprehended only one of them, and the rest managed to escape. Oh yeah, he's very different. Both of them are very different in the AP. We have nowhere else to keep him apart from the Defender's Heart, but that's hardly a prison. Woljif knows it too. He's been begging us for days to let him go free or have someone vouch for him. He's already asked you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he? Irabeth squinches you thoughtfully and then shrugs. If you want to recruit Woljif and put him to good use, go ahead and take him off our guards' hands. You can ill afford to let a soldier spending their days watching over a middling thief. I hope the tiefling proves useful, should you decide to take him along. Alright, let's go recruit Lan. Not Lan, Woljif.
Well, Chief, what do you got for me?
I talked to Irabeth, and she's gonna make you part of my group.
You must be a smooth talker. Come on, Delvin. Get these bracelets of yours off me. I'm going free.
You're sure to regret this. This tiefling will fleece you for everything you've got. Mark my words.
You're a bitter little man, Delvin. Petty and mean. You can't even be happy for me, can you? I pity you. I'll leave you alone with your sad little soul. So long. And now, Chief, straight down to business. You see, I'm one of those guys that people around here call thieflings. We just call ourselves the family. After we knocked over that shop and I got stuck here in the Defender's Heart, a little bird told me that big sister Charisme wanted to see me. That she had some questions to ask me. You following? Now, she won't be asking me questions like, Woljif, how'd you manage to get out of this one? Or, Woljif, you're so thin, didn't they feed you? No, something serious has gone down, and I just know they want to try to pin something on me. I can feel it in my tail. So, I knew right away that I couldn't go alone. You turned up just in time, Chief. You don't need to do anything when we get there. Just stand behind me and look mean, and I'll handle the rest. Somehow. Let's go, I'll show you the way.
No, it wasn't Delvin. It was something else. I think it was something else, at least. Let's find out. Alright, let's take a look. Let's go back to the VODs. We want to go to the old YouTube channel here. And we want to go to the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous beta playlist, which has 53 videos in it currently. Alright, and it's going back. Let's see. I want to go to probably this one. Alright, do I have a timestamp for this? Dragon Tower. No, I don't. Okay, how about maybe this one? Okay, pause that so you don't hear me talking over myself. Yep, there it is. Scrubland by Bend in the River. So go there, and what is the name of the dude who shows up? Nope, it's Devil. D-E-V-A-L. Similar name. But yeah, it's D-E-V-A-L is the name of the paladin who gets captured by Woljif later on. Speaking of things getting captured by Woljif, does that take care? How much longer, I wonder? I want to say that takes care of all the side quest startup in this area, along with a bunch of other extra dialogue on top of it. So, what do I have to do again? I have to... so what is the thing I have to do? I have to do Tower of Estrad. I have to do Blackwing Library. Is there another one I have to do before the thing? It's Tower of Estrad, Blackwing Library, Horgus Manor. I want to say that's all of them, right? Like, I just need to take a quick trip over to the Tower of Estrad. I don't need to actually, like, disappear, do the whole thing. Yeah, that's true. Darren as well. Although I don't think I need to do Darren before it, do I? Before the assault? Oh my god, I have braces of armor +2. So far, none. It's actually been completely bug-free so far. Granted, I have just gotten to, like, the start of Act 1 after the prologue. But, like, the entire first part, oh, there actually have been a couple small things. Just, like, text boxes with no text in them. But, like, otherwise, it's, like, it's been very clean. Oh, you actually did have a crash? Wow. Yeah, it's been running fine for me. Like I said, I've gotten like one thing with no text box and that's it. One or two things like that. Wow. Yeah, they really patched it up, huh? That's good, because it was really unstable in this part during the last beta. Anyway, that, I think, is where I'm going to leave it for today. I'm just going to save here. Oh yeah, much better than Kingmaker, all right. So we'll call this, time to hit the town. So I'm going to save there for now. And we will be back with this on Sunday and next week, and Sunday and next week, continuing, alternating off like that until I finish the game. So excited for it, because now I can finally go past Illusionera. Yeah! Anyway, yes, this game is great. Seems to be very stable. I'd still keep an eye out for major bugs that are going to happen with it, but apart from that, looking real good. So, as always, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking out the game with me. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the subs, especially. Especially thanks for the gift subs. I'll be back with this on Sunday. Tomorrow is going to be part 1 of Ratchet and Clank, A Rift Apart. And before people disappear, let's see who else is streaming. Plenty of people, actually, come to think of it. There's probably going to be a lot of people playing this game right now. So let's see who we can spend a raid off to. Let's see. We got 2 options right now. Well, there's quite a few options, really. Oh, Code Carnage is still playing it. He is running around with Woljif. But no, let's see. Who is gonna... God. 2 other people who I know who are streaming this game, Fully Trained Noob and Zetron, are both playing Lich Path as well. What? Of course. Alright, I'm going to send you folks over to Zetron, I think, who is currently 20 minutes into a stream, so that should be closer than Fully Trained Noob, who's currently 6 hours into a stream. So, go say hi to him. As I said, thanks for stopping by. Let's check out the game with me. I'll be back on Sunday with more of this, and next week with more of this again. And see you next time.